Let's play a game, yeah? Are we playing a game? Let's play a game. Let's see what playing a game looks like. Have I read this before? I think I might have read this. Ah, yes, the engineer. Of course. Right, we killed someone that Iger hated and got her a cool new gun, which is fantastic. Now Iger has additional guns, in addition to the shotgun and the sniper rifle, which is good. That is a good thing for Iger to have. Would you like to play a game? How's it going, Sammy? Can I call you Sammy? I'd like to talk about your organization. Alright, great. I think we have nothing left to talk about, do we? I think everything is okay. Alright, so we have now returned. We have raised 50,000 to pay Alice, but we haven't turned it in yet. So the next step is Glory's quest. Take the van to Harrow's compound. That should be fun. Fun, right? That's what that's going to be. That's going to be fun. I got 1.4 thousand Nuyen, which really in the grand scheme of things is not a lot of Nuyen. I suspect this will not actually obtain anything of value for me. Let's go chat people up, see what they have to say about what we have now done. I suspect most of them aren't going to have a lot to say, but Iger might. Any thoughts? Nothing we haven't already talked about. That's what I expected to hear. We have done some already talking. Dietrich probably likewise not going to have a lot to say. Any thoughts? Not right now, got a lot on my mind. Alright. Have you put any thought into what I said earlier? This is interesting. Oh yeah, I did see that, Devanok. That's, he was a funny dude. You put any thought into what I said earlier? Yeah, boss, I have. It's an interesting idea, but there are risks. I'm thinking this might not be the best of times to approach him about it. He's the source of my magic, remember? If our discussion turned into an argument, he could take all of that magic back in a heartbeat. And then where would we be? I don't think he'd like... Wow. Wow, that's a psychological trick. Do I want to encourage Dietrich to face down his idol? That's really tricksy. I'm not really sure what to think about this. Like, I think I could go either direction. I suspect no matter where I go, it's not really going to affect me too much mechanically. But, like, what do I think about Dietrich? Honestly, Dietrich has kind of accepted that he's okay with where he is, right? So who am I to come in and tell him that he should live his life in a different way? But apparently that's what I'm doing. Apparently that's where Dietrich's character development is me telling him to live his life differently than he's choosing to live it. Like, okay, great, I guess. This is such a weird one. Like, I can't help but feel like, who am I to come in and tell Dietrich this is how he needs to live his life? Who am I to push Dietrich around? Like, he's kind of got his own stuff figured out, and I'm just gonna come in and try and rearrange it. Like, that doesn't sit right with me. But at the same time, like, as long as I'm in this position already, I kind of want to push it forward and see where it ends up. So, let's go. You've got a point there, boss. You wouldn't want me to back down, ever. Not even from him. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. I'll ask the Dragon Slayer about shifting priorities, I guess you'd say. Taking on some deserving organization, and calling off the hunt for something more impressive than the Firewing. Of course, a fight like that would never really end. I'm never gonna bring down a corp or a polyclub all on my lonesome. He shrugs.
But maybe that's not a bad thing. It'd take a lot of the guesswork out of life. I don't know, boss. If you have any thoughts about this, I'd love to hear them.
Could Humanus be your new white whale? How about Seder Krupp? Why tie yourself to a specific group? Stomp anyone that threatens the flux. Isn't that what Berlin is all about? I like that a lot better than picking a target and going for it. He cocks his head.
Interesting. That's a different approach, but I like it. Hang on a second, I'll ask.
He closes his eyes and concentrates. Minutes pass. Slowly, a smile creeps across his face. Dietrich opens his eyes and turns to face you.
I think that he'd like this plan just fine.
That was it? All it took was like 30 seconds of you opening your inner eye and meditating? That's impressive.
The Dragon Slayer doesn't mince words, boss. If he didn't like the plan, he'd have told me.
Dietrich's grin widens. He looks more at ease than you've ever seen him. Oh, I guess we helped. Alright.
Well, boss, I've got myself a plan and a new target to boot. That's assuming, of course, that any of us make it through our current predicament alive.
You know, Dietrich, now that you've got a handle on your connection with the Dragon Slayer, you could probably reach out to your old community again. Berlin's punks could benefit from your experience. He nods.
Yeah, boss. I was thinking the same thing. Maybe I could give back a bit, and fix some of the damage I caused in my misspent youth. After we're finished dealing with the crisis in front of us, that is. It's a good thought, anyway. I'll keep it in mind.
Alright, guess we're good. Actually, are there updates on Alexander? Nothing new. Okay, as expected. Alright, so here is the actual dialogues I expected to find. Let's go, Iger. Let's chat. Any thoughts about that last run? Okay, let's talk about the engineer.
Agreed. I'm ready to go over it if you are.
So the engineer was working for a secret society. I wasn't expecting that.
Neither was I.
She frowns.
A part of me is still having trouble believing it. But it's true. Yuli wasn't lying. I could see it in his eyes.
There's a lot going on here, so top to bottom. Have you been able to do any digging on Winter Night?
No. There just isn't much reliable information out there. Whoever these guys are, they're very good at information control. None of my contacts could find anything but rumor and conjecture, and most of that is too crazy to even consider.
How crazy are we talking here? Let's not minimize the threat, since if they're hiring people like the engineer and rigging them to explode, they're probably not a small-time operation. How crazy are we talking here?
Completely insane. Stories about magical nukes and the end of the world. Fenris shamans, Ragnarok, that kind of thing.
She shakes her head.
Like I said, nuts.
There are... I'm inclined to believe these rumors, given that we've never heard of Winter Night, and it's probably in their best interest to stay unheard of. Like, this doesn't seem likely. What seems more likely is there is very little information out there, and what information is out there is accurate.
She nods slowly. Yes, there are. And no, it doesn't. But this is just too far out for me to accept. It's far more likely that they release these stories themselves to throw people off of whatever they're really doing.
Is it?
Anyway, we stopped them cold in Shattennest. Whatever their business is, whatever was going to be in those crates that the engineer was having shipped there, it isn't our problem anymore. The Kreutz Bazaar is safe, on that front at least.
I hope you're right.
Chin up, fearless leader. We did good back there. Besides which, we still have a dragon to worry about.
Alright, second on the list. When I left that room to search for clues, the engineer told you something. Something that pushed you over the edge. Her eyes narrow.
That son of a bitch said a lot of things. What of it?
Well, I'm not really worried about the lapse of control, honestly. Like, Iger has shown herself to have a bit of a temper problem, but not in a way that means she's going to cause damage to people, right? Like, she was mad and she took it out on me in the beginning, and like, she doesn't have a good leash on her emotions, but that doesn't mean she's going to lose control and cause harm. Caveat. That doesn't mean she's going to lose control and cause harm to anybody I care about. Want to know what he told you?
With all due respect, that's none of your business.
Is it? She's probably right. It's probably none of my business. If this is too personal, we can drop it.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be best.
How's the rifle?
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of engineering. Shoots straight, has good stopping power, holds a big magazine.
She nods appreciatively.
A really nice gun.
Aftermarket mods?
Just one. It can tag a chambered round with an RF transmitter. After the round hits a target, the transmitter pings on a designated channel, broadcasting the target's exact location to anyone listening in.
After you've shot someone with a bullet. Like, I would imagine that finding them after you've shot them is going to be slightly lower on your list of concerns. No? Who gets shot and runs?
In layman's terms, you can use this thing to mark a target. There's cyberware that does the same thing, and Deckers do it all the time, but this is the first time I've seen this kind of functionality on a rifle.
It is unclear to me how useful this is going to be. It is functionality. Is it good, though?
If you want punch, I'll still have my sniper rifle. Or my shotgun, if I'm at close range. What this thing brings to the table is utility. Things that go boom are fine and good, but they aren't appropriate for every situation. Anyway, enough talk. You'll see for yourself what this thing can do when I bring it into the field.
She slings the rifle over her shoulder.
Now, is there anything else?
No, I guess we're good. And I don't think we have anything to talk about with Glory, right? We're ready to go on the run. The run is ready. Ready for the run. No, still not ready for this. Alright, yeah. Let's go do Glory things. That's exciting. I am excited for more Glory content. Glory is pretty good. Alright, where is the van? Oh, the van is downstairs. Not out via the U-Bahn. The van is down here, apparently. They weren't letting us down here before, right? This is just a place that's, like, intermediate to the van, so if we're not going to the van, we can't go down here. Destroy all humans. Boy, that's a sentiment. In you go, Glory. And that's it, ready to go. Ooh. Hang on. My gear's looking a little light. Maybe we should load up on a few more consumables. Go grab a med kit or something. What's in my stash? What actually is in my stash? Alright, med kit is easy to grab. We've got double trauma kits on me. If I wanted anything that's not a med kit, I might have to go out and find it. Like, I think I'll want some cram. That seems likely to be a thing I want. So, let's go out and buy some drugs? I mean, if I don't use them, I don't use them, but drugs are useful, right? Alright, where's my druggie friend? Zach Flash, that's the guy. You got some drugs for me, buddy? What's the deal with the special concoction?
This is the deal, chummer. A proprietary blend, designed and delivered by yours truly. Pharmaceutical-grade kamikaze cut with genuine spirit residue from the tear, and then mixed with my secret blend of herbs and spices. He produces a small packet filled with iridescent purple granules from the pockets of his dirty jeans. You want to get high? Buy some Nova Coke and throw yourself a party. But if you want to soar, you get yourself some flash.
Okay, show me what you got, buddy. +2 movement and +2 AP for 1 round. That, is very likely to be the thing I want. +2 quickness, quickness +2 and AP +1 for 5 rounds. That's probably more in line with what I'm looking for. There are many drugs. I think jazz is my drug of choice. Give me the jazz. Alright. I'm settled, committed, ready. Let's go. Now is the time. Alright, that's the party. Antique cyberarm. Fascinating. Here we go. Alright, what you got for me?
Fewer, Stella. The drive from the Kreutz Bazaar to the Schonbuck Forest was a long one. For over 6 hours, you and Glory rode in relative silence, with only the sounds of the road for company. Now you find yourself crouching in the woods, watching, waiting. Off in the distance, the rustic exterior of Feuerstella looks curiously warm and inviting, but you know what's waiting inside. The anticipation churns at your guts like a living thing. 6-hour road trip? Dang. Eventually, a van pulls out of the compound's driveway and rolls out along the service road before disappearing from view. Glory gives you a nod and begins to scramble forward. Harrow has left the building. It's time for you to make your way inside. I thought the point was to kill Harrow. Why are we waiting for Harrow to leave? Ah, now is the screen that I was expecting to see. I'm going to give her the portable grenade launcher again, even though didn't end up doing a whole lot with it last time. But maybe it'll be good. Karma? Do I want to spend this karma? If I were to spend this karma... Okay, so I can no longer spend karma on Int. We've literally capped it. There is no way for us to get better at those things. I can get better at rifling, which I'm on board with that. Or we can get better at dodging, or we could throw this in some other random ability. Not charisma. Sorry, Senna. That's not how we're doing things. Some amount of additional biotech seems useful. There's definitely been, like, dialogue options related to additional biotech. Increases chance to take reduced damage from attacks. Points in shooting is probably the direction I want to go. Let's shoot better. Be better at shooting.
We've gotten our drones literally as good as possible. So not much we can do with that. We could put 2 points in biotech. We could get a point in quickness. We could get a point in rifle. I think I like the point in rifle. The weathered edifice of Furestel looms above you, dark and sinister in the chill night air. Despite the horrifying stories that Glory told you about this place, something about it feels strangely comforting. In the back of your mind, insidious voices whisper that you could stay here forever. Oh, that's not creepy. Alright, so it's got mind control shenanigans going on here. That's very cool. Do you feel it? The lure of this place? Glory gestures the limb of chrome and steel. When I was a kid, when I was whole, the pull was irresistible. Yeah, I can feel it. It's almost pleasant. It's meant to be. That's how it gets to you. It worms its way inside of you, changes you, and you don't even realize what's happening until it's too late. She looks at you, and her eyes are dark. When she speaks again, her voice is quiet but steady. You're going to see some terrible things here, Jim. Furestel exists to prey on the young. Going to have to come face to face with that. Are you sure you're prepared for this? Ready as I'm gonna be. She studies your face for a moment longer, then looks away. Good. Want to compare notes? Make sure we're both on the same page? We take Harrow out of commission. You were right when you said that we couldn't afford to let him live. Even if we completely destroyed this place, it'd all be for nothing if he got away. He'd just start another cult somewhere else. This is your run, Glory. I'm just here to help you see it through. What do we do first? We make our way inside and take out the shrine that Harrow uses as his power focus. We can't touch him while that thing is standing, but after we bring it down, he'll be vulnerable. I feel like I should know a little bit more about the shrine. It's a lump of rock about as tall as I am, inscribed with runes and encrusted with bone. The shrine's power comes from an entity that Harrow bound into the stone. Something very old and very dangerous. A toxic spirit. In many ways, it's the heart of this place. We can't touch Harrow while the shrine is intact. If we try, he'll siphon enough power from it to slaughter us where we stand. But if we confront the shrine and kill the spirit, the astral backlash from its death will cripple him. All we have to do is finish him off. A few more details? What about the other cultists? We'll save any that we can, but the energy released when the spirit dies will hurt them too. Anyone whose minds it touched will take a hit. Does that mean us? Hang on, does that mean us? You've only just arrived. The spirit hasn't had a chance to worm its way into your aura yet. You might black out for a minute or two, but otherwise you should be fine. As for me, well, like I said, this place can't touch me anymore. Not that I have much essence either, right? Like, I've gotten a decent chunk of cyberware now, so shouldn't it, like, pay attention to how much essence I have available or whatever, and whether or not it can affect me like that? Maybe I have more essence than I thought. .5, 0.5, 0. 2 and 2. I should have, like, actual 1 essence left right now. Yup. That feels like it should be paying it. I would appreciate if it paid attention to that. That would be a cool thing to say at this point. Like, she eyes the cyberware that you've got installed and says, you'll probably be as good as I am, or something like that. Alright, well, whatever. Sounds like this is our best shot, then. It is. Alright, what do we do with the shrine? Breaking the rock won't work. We'll have to take on the spirit directly. Track it to where it lives and kill it. She pats the satchel that hangs from her shoulder. I've brought what we'll need to do that. I can't tell you exactly how this is going to go down, Jim. The spirit itself will have a good deal of control over that. But you'd better prepare yourself, because I think that this is going to be one hell of a fight. Didn't you? We had 6 hours. We had 6 hours of relatively dead silence on the way over here. We couldn't have discussed this stuff then?
When I lived here, Harrow barely used the thing. To be honest, I think that he was afraid of it. Back before I ran away, Firustel was nothing more than a cult of personality that revolved around Harrow. He didn't need magical help to keep us here. We loved him, and we believed in his message. He created the shrine as an insurance policy.
And you think that something has changed, and that he started abusing the shrine's power?
Yes. And I think that my escape was the cause of that change.
Oh.
I know Harrow. When I ran, I bruised his ego. His charisma and charm had failed him. My disappearance rubbed his nose in that failure. He wouldn't be willing to chance something like that happening again, not when he had the means to prevent it.
So... Oh, I wasn't afraid of this previously, but now that it's a dialogue option, I'm afraid of this. They're like puppets?
Not exactly. It's more insidious than that. Think of the shrine's influence as a drug. It lowers your inhibitions, makes you compliant. If you were to stay here for a couple of days, you'd fall in love with this place, and you wouldn't even know why. All of Harrow's bullshit would start to make sense. You'd be happy. In essence, all of the cultists here are addicted to this place. That makes them a threat, yes, but it also makes them victims.
Alright. She nods, and the razors flick out of her fingertips.
I'm with you. Let's do it.
Alright. Yeah, let's do it. Anything interesting out here? Looks like no. Alright, well, in we go, I suppose. Door locked. Is it? This door's open. Presumably there's some stuff down there. What's up with the locked door? The doorway shimmers with a faint red light. As you approach the door, you can feel a squirming sensation in the back of your skull. Your limbs begin to tingle, then feel heavy. The closer you get to the doorway, the more of a struggle it is to continue moving forward. It feels as though the strength is being siphoned from your body. Oh, well, I certainly don't have the willpower to deal with this. So, we'll take a step back. As you step away from the door, the crawling sensation gradually recedes. A moment later, the strength returns to your limbs. Glory stares into the light, frowning. The shrine room is through there, but this barrier wasn't here before. Harrow must have warded the doorway after I ran. How did we get through? The ward is like a lock. There must be a key. Back when I helped Harrow run this place, he and I were the only ones allowed in the shrine room. So we look for whoever's taken my place. That's where the key will be. And it'll be a girl. Harrow would never take a male as a second. He wouldn't want the competition. And her hair will be fire red. It's a sort of insignia of rank within the cult. Red hair is an insignia of rank? But you were his second. You don't have red hair. Did you have red hair? Magically produced red hair? Well, this place is, this is a big house. I guess I should just start trying doors? There's a lot of doors. Okay, well, this is a door. Tiny room. Medicine cabinet. Thanks, don't mind if I do. I'll send this item to my stash, sure. Used to be ginger, I got better. Huh. Tiny room. I guess it's just a lot of tiny rooms. This is the Initiate's dormitory. The new arrivals are brought here. There's still hope for these kids, Jim. Harrow hasn't had a chance to ruin them yet. Then we need to stop him before he... Wait, listen. Movement in the other room. Oh. You strain your ears to listen. Soft voices from inside of the room come drifting out of a nearby vent. You hear a woman's voice. The sound is crisp and smooth and sweet, and it instantly puts you at ease.
Calm now, dear. It's probably nothing. No need to worry yourself. We're so far off the beaten track, we don't get a lot of visitors.
Out of the corner of your eye, you can see Glory's back stiffen. She flinches as though she's been stung. Oh, it's Marta, isn't it? It's the same girl. Another voice, high-pitched and pleading, an adolescent boy.
But what if it is someone? What if the bad people have found us? What if they followed me here? And they've come to...
The female voice cuts in, soft and comforting.
Well, then we'll send them away. You're perfectly safe here. You have to believe that. Don't worry, dear heart. Hera won't let anyone hurt you. Not here, in this place. Not ever again.
You hear another boy's voice. This one is deeper. Are you certain, Marta?
Positive. Be calm, all of you. As long as you're here with us, nothing bad will ever happen to you.
Is that your Marta, Glory? She gives a curt nod.
Not mine. Hera's. But she's the Marta from my story, yes.
And what do you want to do about it? Kill her? Glory pauses, grits her teeth. Finally, she spits out an answer.
If she's still here, she'll be Harrow's #1.
My old position.
He had his way with all of us, but he was always sweet on Marta. That means she'll have a key to the shrine room.
We're gonna have to find a way to get it away from her.
Yes, but not here and not now. Those kids in there, they'd all die for her. They already love her. That's what she does. We can't risk confronting her in that room. If the situation turns ugly, any one of those kids will happily eat a bullet for her, and that's not what I came here to do.
Sounds like she deserves... I think this is right. She deserves to die every bit as much as Harrow does.
Part of me wants to kill her. She's the reason why a lot of kids wound up here, including me.
She scowls, and the razors flick out of her fingertips. A second later, she retracts them. Like a cat! Just like, flex. Razors. I like Glory. Glory's a good person. Glory's a good character. Not a good person, but a good character.
We deal with her later, though. I won't hurt any more kids voluntarily.
Marta's voice floats back out through the vent.
Hush now, boys, and get some rest. You've got a big day tomorrow. The biggest day of your lives. You get to meet Harrow. I promise you, after you speak with him, you'll see the whole world in a different way. A better way.
Ah, she lays it on thick, doesn't she? The adolescent voice trembles out a response.
All right, Marta. Have a good night.
A lovely musical laugh pours through the vent.
You too, dear heart. All of you.
You hear the distant sound of a door sliding shut.
The coast is clear. We can handle the initiates. They're just a bunch of scared kids. Without Marta there to egg them on, they won't try anything.
Let's take a look at other places before we do that. This feels like an objective, in fact. Yep. Let's take a look at the other places first. What else can we steal before we commit? Glory pauses at the side of the van. She traces the side of it with a claw.
I remember cruising the back alleys of Tübingen looking for kids in need of help. The bait girls, Marta, the others like her, would offer them money, or food, or drugs, or sex. Whatever it took to get them into the van. Once they piled in, Harrow and I would be waiting to greet them. I remember so many nights like that.
She frowns.
I remember how much I used to enjoy it.
Leave the past in the past.
After tonight, I will.
Alright. We got a bit more character development, and then we can go rough up some Marta, probably. You hear voices speaking in low tones through the wood of the door. You can't make out the words, but the regular choruses of rough laughter tells you that the people on the other side are enjoying themselves.
Those voices belong to Harrow's acolytes. They'll have some magical training. They like hurting people. You open that door, we're going to have a fight on our hands.
I don't want to announce our presence unless I have to. That is accurate. We can fight later. Presumably, if we try to fight Marta, they'll come pouring out, though. So that's an interesting question. Do we try and take this a little more stealthy, or deal with the problem ahead of time? Split them up. You can hear a distant murmuring sound coming from inside the room. Voices. 3, maybe 4 people all talking amongst themselves. You can't make out what they're saying, but one of the voices sounds desperate. You've heard the tone before. It's the sound of a man pleading for his life. We should keep moving. Whatever's going on in there, we don't want to get involved. Getting involved is the entire reason we came here. Yes, it is. But we're here to kill Harrow, not the people he's brainwashed. After we've taken down the shrine, the cultists in there will be hurt, disoriented. We can deal with them then, and hopefully save the poor bastard they're working on. She's not wrong. We are on a mission. What makes you think he'll still be alive? I was one of them, remember? I know how this works. Whatever they're doing to their victim in there, they're going to take their time with it. He won't be in great shape by the time that we get to him, but he'll probably be alive. Alright, I can live with that kind of assurance. Let's go harass Marta. It's probably time. I could check the other 2 doors first. Sure, let's check some doors. Oh, this is a room. Terminal. I have no decking ability. Decking 5. Welp, guess we're not hacking a terminal. Large book. What's in the book? An ostentatiously large tome sits cradled on this pedestal. Thanks, I hate all my options. Yeah, it's, no, you can't even say that any of the evils are particularly lesser, either, right? It's just 2 equally bad choices. In this case, like, I think we're doing okay, but yeah, that's definitely been a situation in the past. Ostentatiously large tome sits cradled on this pedestal. The paper is robust and fibrous, and the binding has been expertly stitched. A steel plate running along the book's spine anchors it to the pedestal. Glory stares down at it, frowning. Harrow's manifesto. The handcrafted line of bullshit that he feeds to his initiates. We all ate it up with a smile and came away convinced that he was a genius. She leafs through the pages with an articulated finger. Articulated? Like, has joints? Don't all fingers have... Aren't all fingers articulate? Looks like he's expanded it over the last few years. It's at least twice as thick as when I lived here. Maybe there's something we can use? I wouldn't want to hang around long enough to find out. This is Harrow's personal library. He used to experiment in here. There were dangerous things in here, Jim. Sick things. I was never allowed in this room without Harrow. Nobody was. He said that it was for our safety. And I think he was telling the truth. She pauses. I feel uneasy being in here. I don't want to stay any longer than we have to. I've been on edge since we came in, but I want to get information. Alright, leaf through the beginning of the manifesto. You flip through the early pages of the manifesto, find what looks like a good place to jump in and start to read. When I first set out on the path to free living, I realized that I'd have to rethink all of my earlier assumptions about life. I'd have to question my own values and beliefs, and I'd need the strength to trust in the answers that came to me. The prospect was daunting, but it was also necessary. The road to true freedom is paved with unanswered questions. After all, you can't learn to be free from a book. Yeah, I'm not particularly happy with my jumpsuit, but it does provide stats that I like, so... Trade-offs. It's my ass-kicking outfit. The answers won't come from a Bible, an instruction manual, or a code of conduct. Or a manifesto? If you don't learn that, you'll never break your chains. Break your chains. The path to true freedom is one that each of us must walk on his or her own. What makes life worth living? What in life is truly valuable? And what is the dross that can be burned away? I spent weeks dissecting every aspect of my life to find the answers to these questions. Slowly, agonizingly, I pared down the list until only 4 items remained. These 4 items became the cornerstones of my new philosophy and the basis for everything that Feuerstella stands for. Love. The first cornerstone, and the most important. Without love, life is bland and meaningless. Without love, we might as well be machines. Love what you do. Love the people around you. But above all, love yourself. Wow, this is just a pile of self-help BS? Self-determination, the second cornerstone. Each of us must be his or her own shepherd. I guess I shouldn't have expected anything better, huh? No more gods and no more kings. Your life is your own. Lash out against anyone or anything that tries to treat you like property. Man, if anybody actually took his manifesto seriously, they'd rebel against him in an instant, huh? An assault on your freedom is an assault on your whole being. I guess that's why the mind control stuff works. And it must be met with an equally ferocious response. Charity, the third cornerstone. A miserly life is an empty life. If each of us is his or her own master, then nobody should live as a serf. By helping others along the path to enlightenment, so do we enrich our own lives. Passion, the final cornerstone. Complacency is poison. Be wary of it. Ambition is the key to a fulfilling life. Don't settle for what is. If you do, you abandon what could be. This is your life and it's ending 1 minute at a time. That's a Fight Club line, isn't it? You hear a rustling sound behind you. Glory. Turning, you can see a troubled look on her face. That ominous feeling is getting stronger, Jim. Feels like we're being watched. Alright, she's probably right. We'll get out of here. I am going to trust Glory when she says things. Refrigerator! Sure, tell me about a refrigerator. As you open the refrigerator door, a whiff of ammonia sticks in your nostrils. Why would there be ammonia in the fridge? Watery light glints off of the polished interior. The fridge is stacked full of large plastic bins, all tightly sealed and neatly labeled. It's hard to tell through the opaque plastic. They appear to be full of meat. You pop the lid off a container to take a closer look. The first thing that hits you is the smell. The meat in here is beyond rancid. White mold frosts the sides of the bin, and it's all you can do to keep from gagging. Wow. The first cornerstone is love. The second cornerstone is cannibalism. As you rush to put the lid back on, you recognize a familiar shape in the rotten meat. A mangled human hand. Is this what I think it is? Glory's voice is flat. Ritual supplies. The adversary prefers them aged. You know, everything was really kind of like, it looked like it was all above board. And then you see the human hand in the fridge. Harrow teaches all of the initiates how to do it. How to harvest the meat, how to store it, how to label it. Nobody likes doing it at first, but you learn. By the end, it doesn't even bother you anymore. This is beyond fucked. With Harrow dead, all of this will stop. Let's keep moving. Alright. It's time to go after Marta. Let's go. Game saved. Oh, thank you. The initiate closest to the door whips his head up to look at you. He takes a stutter step backward in alarm, then opens his mouth to cry for help. You don't want to do that. Glory looks deep into the initiate's eyes, transfixing him. We're not here to hurt you. Ah! Ha! Actual street etiquette value! Actual value of street etiquette. Yeah. Alright. We got yellow text. I'm gonna click it. If we wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Slowly, the initiate seems to calm down. Yeah, you're right. But if you don't want to hurt anyone, why are you here? We just want to have a word with Marta. A private word between old friends. Understand? Cool. That's the second time I've been able to use street etiquette. Street etiquette actually provided value. Who could have expected? The initiate nods. Yeah, that's cool, I guess. Female initiate? Hello, female initiate. The initiate by the door is staring at Glory's limbs, her eyes wide. She's a mousy little thing, probably somewhere in the vicinity of 17 years old, with purple contact lenses and a shock of blue hair. Dope! I like her style. She glances up at Glory, blinking.
You used to live here, didn't you? I've seen your picture before.
Glory's expression remains neutral. Really?
I think so. I didn't look at it long. Was in a room that I wasn't supposed to be in, but I'm pretty sure that was you.
It probably was.
You're right, I did live here a long time ago. I was like you back then, a scared kid, brought here by Marta for a chance at a new life. I like Marta. She's so nice. I always feel safe when I'm with her. Most adults aren't like that. They either don't notice you or they do for the wrong reasons. But Marta, she cares about us.
There's a long pause, and then the initiate looks to you. Screwing up her courage, she speaks.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Well, I overheard Marta talking with Mr. Harrow yesterday. I think they were talking about our meeting with him. The one that Marta was just telling us about, where we'll learn to see the world in a different way?
Uh-huh.
Well, I couldn't hear the whole conversation. It was all muffled, but what I could hear was kind of weird. Mr. Harrow said some stuff about a shrine, then it sounded like he changed the subject because he started talking about dinner. Something about chopping up meat. Well, Marta got real upset, said, "They're too new, they're not ready, make the older ones do it," stuff like that. But then Mr. Harrow said some other things, and then she calmed down again. When she left, she was smiling. So I was just wondering, do you know what they were talking about? I want to make sure that Marta's okay. I can't ask her about it because I don't want her to find out that I was eavesdropping.
How badly do we want to mess with her? Maybe Glory can do the messing? Glory's just gonna be like, I don't have time to talk. I don't know, maybe Glory is gonna tell her. Yeah, let's mess with her. No, let's let Glory do it. If anybody's gonna do it, let's let Glory do it.
Could be any number of things.
She turns to the face of the initiate. Her voice is gentle.
I wouldn't worry about it, sweetie. We'll make sure that Marta's okay. Alright, but don't tell her that I told you, please?
Don't worry. We won't. The girl smiles sheepishly and steps back. As you pass by her on your way to the door, Glory shoots you a sidelong glance.
I don't know for certain what Harrow has planned for those kids, but I do know one thing. Whatever it is, we aren't going to let it happen.
Agreed. Marta's just on the other side. Okay.
Marta's just on the other side of this door. However this goes, we're going to have to move quickly afterward. If she dies, Harrow will know it, and I don't trust her to keep her mouth shut if she lives. So we take the key to the shrine room, break through the ward, and confront the spirit. Are we clear on that?
Absolutely. What's up, Marta? The woman in this room is lovely. Full lips contrast artfully with her fine elvish features, and a tumble of fire-red hair spills down over her shoulders. Beyond her physical beauty, there's something inherently approachable about her. She exudes an almost palpable aura of kindness and warmth. Marta, Glory's old lover, the lure that Harrow used to draw her and so many others to Feuerstella. She looks up with a start at the sound of your approach. Her eyes go wide at the sight of Glory. As she takes in her cyberware, her mouth falls open in horror.
Glory?
Yes, Marta, it's me. Glory's voice is cold. It's been a long time.
It has?
Marta swallows. The horrified look hasn't left her face.
Glory, what have you done to yourself?
What I had to do. I got out, Marta. This was the only way.
Oh, Glory.
All at once, the horror on Marta's face is replaced with an expression of profound sorrow.
I am so sorry.
Marta steps forward, her arms extended to wrap Glory in a hug. All at once, something in Glory's face changes. Her skin goes from pale to pallid, and her breath becomes ragged. She takes a step back and raises her claws into a defensive posture. Her voice frosts over with cold rage. Don't you touch me. You're one of Harrow's creatures. You always were. Marta stops short. One of his creatures? Glory, what are you talking about? This is her story. Let her do the thing. You know as well as I do. You worship that monster. You seduced me into coming here so that I would worship him. If you hadn't found me, if you hadn't baited me, none of this would have happened. None of what? I haven't done anything. If you just left me where you found me, I never would have hurt anybody. My mother would still be alive. I never would have sold my soul to that abomination that you all worship, and I wouldn't have had to sacrifice my own body to escape from it. This place took everything from me, and it all started with you. She looks genuinely hurt. Harrow and I rescued you from a life on the street. A beautiful girl, homeless, penniless, living in a gutter. I pulled you away from all of that. I saved you. There is a long pause. Glory stares into Marta's eyes, her expression unreadable. I don't feel much anymore, Marta. Most of the time, I'm completely numb. But for you, I can make an exception. I hate you. I'm sorry that you feel that way, Glory. For my part, I still love you. The razors flick out of Glory's fingertips. Her lips curls into a snarl. Another lie. The last one you'll ever tell. I don't think she's... I think that we should... Something strange is happening here. Something strange is happening here. She nods eagerly, her eyes fixed on Glory's razors. I'll prove it to you. Ask me anything you want. I'll show you that I'm telling the truth. I never wanted anything bad to happen to you, Glory. Not ever. She wheels to face you. Why are you listening to her? She's just telling you what you want to hear. That's her whole purpose here, remember? She's bait. Why should we listen to anything that she has to say? I'm not sure I'm willing to go this far. Like, Glory's pretty invested in hating Marta. But knowing how the shrine is affecting her mind might help us. That's one thing. This is also kind of true. Like, how can she defend her previous actions? How can she defend Harrow's actions? Or we just let Glory kill her. That's the easy solution, right? Let Glory kill her and move on with our lives. And then the initiates will have some problems with us, probably. I can't imagine they'll be happy with us killing Marta. Do I want to leave her alive? I don't really have a dog in this race, do I? Either I'm trusting Glory, or I'm taking over the operation. Not really planning to take over the operation. I think I'm just trusting Glory. Alright, do what you need to do. You couldn't if you tried. Oh, to stop her, sure. I don't even know what I clicked on. I just clicked on I'm out. Glory begins to stalk towards Marta's position. Alright, Glory. I didn't want this, but you win. Her hands begin to glow. Let me show you what our husband has taught me since you disappeared. Husband? Yeah. Alright, well, here we are, confronting Marta. How much health do you have, Marta? I regret to inform you, but you are already dead. Uh-oh. Maybe this was a mistake. Glory stands staring at the red ruin of Marta's body. Her eyes flit down to her claws. An expression of growing horror creeps across her face. Do you mean to tell me that fighting wasn't the right answer? Fighting has kind of been the only answer available to me for much of this game. Weird to find out that fighting wasn't the right answer. You okay, Glory? It takes her a long time to respond. Her voice is choked with long dormant emotion.
No, I'm not.
You should have thought of that before you killed her. Glory didn't kill her. I 100% killed her. Her hand started to glow, and I raised my assault rifle and ripped her apart. So it was entirely me that did that. But we can pretend that Glory did it. Hey, Inkling, yeah, we're on the Glory quest. We need Glory here. Focus. Focus, Glory. She snarls out an answer. Her face is flushed red.
I know. I haven't forgotten anything.
To your astonishment, you see that her eyes are welling with tears. Uh-oh. All at once, the blood drains from her cheeks. She wipes the water from her eyes with a cold metal hand. Save the constellation speech. I'm over it. Her voice is frigid. Dead. She nods in the direction of the shrine room door. We got what we came here for. Let's go finish this. Well, that's a little awkward. But we have the amulet, and we can get out. We can go do the thing, so let's go do the thing. As you step forward, the scintillating red light that streams from the doorway flickers and dies. There is a strange lurching sensation in your gut, but it clears almost instantly. The door swings open with a touch. Seems to have done it. There are other ways to do that? Unsurprising. Look, Glory wanted to fight her. I'm just gonna go with what Glory wants. Glory's in the driver's seat this time. I'm pretty sure all of those other ways require charisma. I don't have any of that. Glory nods, then reaches into her satchel. Her hand comes back out, clutching a small jar. I'm going to put a smear of this on your forehead. It's a sort of alchemical balm. Her voice goes quiet. Harrow taught me how to make it. She unscrews the cap from the jar, revealing a pale white ointment. The surface glitters strangely in the dim light. If you ever wondered where my share of the take from our jobs has gone, this is the answer. Powdered orichalcum isn't cheap. Orichalcum? Isn't that mythical? That's like star metal, right? An alchemical alloy. It's inherently magical, hellishly difficult to make, and incredibly expensive. It's also the key ingredient in a lot of magical foci, and it's what makes this balm react the way that it does to astral energy. She dips a metallic fingertip into the jar and begins to stir. Yeah, I decided I didn't really want to convince her not to. It seemed like Marta was not a person worth keeping alive, and I was not particularly invested in playing mediator there. I wasn't gonna kill her, but Glory was, so I was just gonna let Glory do her thing. The boundaries between the material world and the astral plane are weak here. This stuff acts sort of like a lens. It focuses your perceptions, makes the haze real. She applies a smear of ointment to her forehead. It looks like a glob of glittering white paint. With this, we can deal with the spirit on its own level. Sounds like a plan to me! She dips her finger back into the balm and traces it down your forehead. The ointment feels cool and oily on your skin. That's good, because we don't have another one. She fishes in her bag a second time and pulls out a pair of silver necklaces. A rune-inscribed pendant dangles from each. This will protect your astral self from spiritual possession. Don't take it off while we're dealing with the shrine, whatever you do. Okay! Keep the pendant on. Got it. Glory puts on her own pendant. The necklace glitters slightly against her pale skin. I don't know what's going to happen when we step into that room, Jim. We're playing with forces outside of our control. Are you ready to do this? Haha, I've been ready for this since we got here. Let's go then. When we engage the spirit, Hera will come rushing back here. And when we kill it, he'll be crippled. Then we kill him. Really? I have the option to back out here? This is where we back out? No. Give me a break. This is not where we back out. So this is the shrine to the adversary. It's looking hungry. I wonder where all the meat goes. Maybe I shouldn't ask that, actually. Maybe I'd rather not know where all the meat goes. As you approach the shrine, a chorus of high, sibilant voices fills the air. The sound is light and airy, but something about it fills you with a bone-deep dread. Welcome home, Glory. Glory's eyes go wide. She opens her mouth to speak, but no sound escapes her. Glory? What? Something slams into you, a wave of intangible force that turns your consciousness inside out and sends shock waves reverberating through your mind. The world lurches and everything goes black. Aren't I wearing an amulet to prevent exactly this outcome? Oh no, now we're going on a vision quest. This seems bad. Slowly you begin to stir. Murky, flickering impressions invade the oily stillness of your unconscious mind. The sensations come in waves, washing up over you and jerking you back toward consciousness. You smell acrid smoke and burning meat. The roar of distant flames whispers in your ears. When your eyes flutter open, a dull red glare fills your vision. As you attempt to struggle to your feet, you become dimly aware that the gravity here feels wrong. Everything is heavier than it should be. Slowly, the waves grow still and your senses calm. You find yourself staring into an infinite horizon. The blasted ruins of Furistella stretch out in all directions, as far as the eye can see. Wow. Whew, this is an aesthetic. Holy shit. Yeah, that's about right. Warily, she surveys your surroundings. I'd say that's an understatement. Alright, where the hell are we? I can't say for certain, but there's one thing that I'm sure of. Whatever this place is, the adversary holds sway here. So this is where we're going to find the spirit, right? Yes, it'll be here. Somewhere. Well, let's go, I guess. Sparkles. Wait, is this... What is going on here? Why does it fade out into darkness instead of being an actual end to... Alright, whatever. Let's go play with the sparkles. Cool. As you step forward, you find yourself gagging. The air in this room is saturated with a slaughterhouse smell. A smell like blood and bile and feces. The stench of an abattoir. My drone has an astral form? We all knew that my drone had a soul. Its spirit comes along with me to the astral plane. Up ahead, you catch sight of something sliding into the world. It looks like a charred man, with a pair of tortured faces where its shoulders should be. The thing burns like a Roman candle, spitting white-hot sparks in a fiery plume. An oily substance runs down between its dangling legs and spatters onto the floor, and where those drips land, they burn. Lil Buddy has a pure soul. Exactly. Lil Buddy is immune to the devil. Lil Buddy's gonna prove to us the power of friendship. Behind the creature, a second thing lumbers into view. A wall of muscle, sinew, and burning pitch. The things lurch towards you, leaving a trail of greasy smoke in their wake. Oh good, something to shoot. Mauler and Seeker. Boy, these things are far away, aren't they? Let's start with the Seeker. Cool, let's do that again. I wonder... So this is gonna come running at us, right? So maybe let's take up a position and do not a whole lot else. Oh. It's hiding. Well, I guess I'll shoot it. If you're just gonna sit back there and hide, I'm just going to shoot you. That seems reasonable. Well, that's some misses. No problem. Easy peasy. That was easier than I expected. I thought we were going to have to do, like, a hard fight. I guess not yet. I guess there is more to come, isn't there? Are you the adversary? No, you're just more idiots. Alright. Let's go, little buddy. Nice. What's your chance to hit? Not high. Use the pump. Try again. Alright, let's see if we can get this kill. I think we can get this kill. Yeah, see, this is what I was afraid of, was magic. So we gotta get this guy. Aw, really? Good shot. Good shot. Reasonable shot, if not good. All right, let's chop up a mauler, shall we? Nice. Good shots, good shots. What else can we do here? Is this gonna work? It's a high miss rate here, unfortunately. Nice miss. Oh, he healed for 2 because of the bleeding. Oh, terrible damage. Let's start with killing this thing off, yeah? Little buddy, you got a job to do. I don't really think we can improve the odds much here. Good job! And we got that 25 HP heal, which is what I was after. Alright, I see where this is going. More of the same? Ooh, big scary rock. This looks like a rock of importance. I'm not seeing any more sparkles, so this is probably a relatively important room. Oh! Okay, now this is starting to look like an adversary. The thing hovering before you is hideous. Its broad chest is jacketed in scale-like patches of burning coal. and its many sets of antlers shimmer with heat. It smells like a barn fire, wood smoke, burning fur, and blackening bodies. The spirit inclines its head towards Glory and spreads its arms in welcome. Hideous? It's got an aesthetic. Hideous is going a little far. Alright, this straight up looks like some Cultist Simulator art.
Glory! Welcome, child.
It speaks in a chorus of clear, lilting voices. You don't hear them so much as feel them. The sensation is strange, like hundreds of butterflies fluttering in your chest.
What a pleasure it is to see you again.
We're going to kill you, spirit. And once you're dead, Hera will follow. We're burning this entire godforsaken place to the ground, and we're doing it tonight. The spirit chuckles, a strange warbling sound that sends a shiver down your spine.
We knew why you had come, child. When you mutilated yourself, when you cut away your connection to him, all became clear to us.
Oh, this isn't the adversary himself. Good, good. We probably wouldn't actually stand a chance in that kind of fight. This is a lieutenant, maybe.
We knew that one day you'd be back, and that you would lash out against our great master. It was inevitable.
The voices in your head soften, become sad, but the fluttering in your chest turns ugly, like the buzzing wings of a swarm of blowflies.
You have mangled yourself beyond repair, and you did it to spite him. He who was your greatest benefactor. You betrayed him, child, but he loves you all the same.
Cut the shit, spirit. Adversary sounds like a pretty reasonable guy. I'm not willing to play devil's advocate with the literal devil. Slowly, terribly, the spirit begins to turn. You can hear the crack and pop of splintering vertebrae as its enormous head shifts on its shoulders. What a visceral description. It fixes its cavernous gaze on you.
Your friend, this outsider, slanders our great master, but we take no offense. His words are like the babble of a newborn babe. He is ignorant of the truth.
The spirit inclines its head towards you.
If the noise continues, we will teach him, and the babble will cease.
Glory shoots you a sidelong glance. She mouths out a word. Don't.
I have a message for you from our great master. He has a gift for you, a peace offering, one that he offers freely, a sign of his continued affection for you. He knows that you desire his servant's destruction. As a symbol of his love, he will grant you the power to bring an end to Harrow. He knows that you wish to free the children of Fewerstella. As a sign of his compassion, he will help you set them free. You can have everything that you want, child. All of this and more.
Glory did tell me not to talk, so, alright, she's running this show.
That's a nice pitch, Spirit, but you neglected to mention the price.
The spirit leans toward her, clasping its hands.
This will cost you nothing. A simple gesture, a trifle, a show of good faith. If you demonstrate your love for him, he will reward you beyond your wildest dreams. Remove the protective ward from your neck, and his gift is yours for the taking. Yours forevermore.
It's Glory's show. She can run it. Glory cranes her neck to look up at the reeking, cadaverous thing that looms over her. I had my own limbs hacked off to get away from the adversary. I paid somebody to do it. That's how badly I wanted to be free of your great master. Your offer is as pathetic as it was predictable. To be frank, I'm disappointed in you. The barn fire stench of the spirit thickens, and its antlers glow white. The heat radiating from the thing is like an oven, a kiln, a blast furnace.
If you rebuke our great master a second time, I will chew what's left of you into mulch. The marrow from your bones will nourish the garden. I promise you this, child. I promise it.
The blades slide out of Glory's fingertips. Her mouth parts into a feral smile.
I've been waiting a long time for this. Too long. I'm going to rip you to pieces, Spirit. And after I'm done with you, Harrow will follow.
The spirit cackles.
Very well, child. If pain is what you seek, we will bring it to you.
Beneath its leathery skin, the thing's bones begin to shift, straining against the ligaments and tendons that bind them. A hideous cracking sound fills the air as its skeleton splinters and pops. Oh no. As you watch, the spirit's body begins to rupture. Great lesions open up in the creature's chest and back, and its ribcage cracks from some horrible internal pressure. 3? I only see 2. 2 is also too many. The spirit's chest heaves and a foul liquid pours from the rips in his flesh. Gross. A flash of light stabs your eyes, and when your vision clears, you find 3 identical spirits floating before you.
Death comes in many forms, child.
The fluttering sensation in your chest grows into a rasping pain that steals the breath from your lungs. It feels like you're being eaten alive.
Yours will be swift and brutal.
I feel like I'm in a pretty good position to just wreck some of these people. Heart of Fewerstel. They're all Heart of Fewerstel. Alright, well, I brought drugs for a reason. Let's go drugs. That is a lot of armor, distressingly. It's probably not grenade time. We could grenade. Guaranteed 3 stun? I mean, that feels pretty strong. Oh, we can't actually make him lose the AP. That's unfortunate. Alright, well, let's focus on this one that's here. Aim up. Big hit. Not a big hit, but a hit. Whoa, they shuffle. Blocked. Nice. Miss. A figure materializes out of shadow. The form is wispy and insubstantial. A projection of a man, distorted by distance. His silhouette ripples like a flag in the wind. Through the haze, you can see his face. He is more beautiful than handsome, with sculpted features and an unnaturally youthful complexion. His expression is sad. Is this Harrow? Harrow. I think it's Harrow, you guys. Glory. The voice is deep but faint and marred by echoes. It sounds as if he's shouting from the far end of a long tunnel. You shouldn't have come here. I was content to let you live out your life in peace. You taught me to kill, monster. You trained me to like it. It seems only fitting that I share what I've learned with you. I don't want to kill you, Glory. And I won't unless you force my hand. The flickering silhouette spreads its arms wide. Ask me for my protection, and I will usher you out of this place. You can leave Fewerstella in peace. If you ask me politely, I might even let your friend leave with you. Might even let your friend leave with you? Wow, you had such a cool good guy look going. And then you did that thing. You're going to die tonight, Harrow. I'm going to tear out your throat. As you did to poor Marta? The air all around him begins to pulse with scintillating bursts of color. His rippling, transparent form glows with heat from within. That was a terrible thing, Glory. You've brought this upon yourself. Well, he's just in it to fight now? Can we take him out first? Oh, the hearts share HP. Interesting. But he's an easier kill. So let's do that, yeah? Did he teleport? What the hell just happened? What is actually going on here? Interesting, I can choose where I'm attacking him from. Alright, let's mess up his armor. That seems like a good choice. It instantly disappeared, so it wasn't the real one. Oh, I see how it is. What about you? Are you the real one? You're the real one. So we should punch this guy just to get him out of the way. And now this is the real one, and we should shoot it, yeah? Is there any point in, like, being in a position? Or do we just shoot it? I guess I like hiding. Nice! Do that again. Hey, that's where the bleed was. Well, it looks like they're all in on going for Glory. So this is probably the real one. Confirm? The real one? Real one. Alright, good. Let's spend some AP then, shall we? Did that chew up some armor like I wanted it to? It feels like this compound attack is just not going to work, right? It does have armor pierce on it, though. So that's nice. Cut him up. Wreck him. That worked out pretty well. Destroy the Shine Spirit. Cool. Alright, I'm okay with this combat being anticlimactic. The whole point of this combat is to win. Now that we've won, we can enjoy the rest of the story. Weakened, the heart of Fewerstel stumbles backward. The barn fire stench of it intensifies, and its chorus of voices devolves into a cacophony of animal shrieking. Like, I'm thinking about all the knight errant stuff that we've been through, and this was easier. The fluttering butterflies in your chest become razor blades, and every shriek is accompanied by a white-hot burst of pain. Wow, that's uncomfortable. Glory is up and moving, beelining for the spirit's weakened form. Her claws glint redly in the infernal glow. There she goes. Took her a bit. It's fine. I understand. Pathfinding is hard. The power released by the spirit's death explodes outward, slamming into you like a freight train and sending you reeling. Glory is buffeted backwards like a rag... Buffeted? This is a hard word. I think it's buffeted. Like Jimmy. Buffeted backward like a rag doll, but she manages to retain her footing. She turns to face you, the ichor from the spirit's chest wicking off of her razor-tipped fingers, and as you watch, her right hand bursts into flame. That's cool. That's a cool effect. Good thing it's all metal. Harrow stumbles backward, clutching his head. The rippling motion of his outline has become ragged and violent. Through the haze, you can see rivulets of gore tracing their way down from his ears and nose. The whites of his eyes have gone pink with blood. He shrieks at Glory, and his voice comes out in a strangled croak. You stupid bitch. What have you done? I mean, you were here for it. She was buffeted like Golden Corral. Yeah, exactly. It was all you can eat adversary deal. Heart of Fewer style. I guess she ate him up for dinner. I don't know. I feel like I should be doing better with this, and I just don't have anything. Alright, Harrow. Let's kick your ass, shall we? Slowly, she turns to face the flickering projection. Flames continue to lick up from the chrome of her hand, and the metal glows like molten glass. Dope. Damn. I've never actively wanted cyber arms before, but now I actively want cyber arms. That sounds metal as hell. When she speaks, her voice is strangely calm. What needed to be done? See you in the real world, Harrow. Like how Harrow looks exactly like how you'd picture a predatory, fundy youth pastor? Harrow looks a lot like some tech bros that I know. Which also fits. Like, young entrepreneurs doing whatever it takes to get ahead in a capitalist society. But, like, they're already winning, so they're just winning harder by oppressing other people. Like, that makes complete sense. The projection of Harrow convulses and bursts, and the scraps are consumed by shadow. In other paths, Marta would have fought along your side. Ah, well, shame that we killed her, I guess. The shadows dissipate and Harrow is gone. I hope the bastard burns. A wave of nausea washes over you, and your perception distorts. It feels like some great unseen power is turning you inside out. Again? You catch sight of Glory, standing impassively, smiling into the void. Then everything goes black. Slowly, you swim back to consciousness. The mound of stone that was Harrow's shrine is shattered, and the aura of power that emanated is gone. Struggling to your feet, you find Glory standing nearby. She looks as calm as she ever has, but something about her troubles you. You can't quite put your finger on it, but you can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Glory? She gives you a sidelong glance. I'm fine, Jim, but we need to get moving. Things are spilling through from the other side, like rats fleeing a sinking ship. Besides, we still have Harrow, the real Harrow, to kill. You cough to clear your lungs of the soot and smoke that you inhaled in that other place, but to no avail. To your horror, you realize that the smoke is here too. Fewer Stella is burning. From the hallway outside, you can hear a chaotic jumble of sounds. Just on the other side of the door, a man is yelling, pleading, with something to stop. From the cries that follow, you gather that his words have fallen on deaf ears. You also hear a fainter, higher-pitched noise, the screams of the initiates. Alright, well, let's do this. A curious expression flits across her face. Yes, let's. I've been waiting for this for a long time. A curious Are you okay, Glory? Something tells me you are not okay. I don't know how problematic that is going to be. Okay. Harrow's magic still protects him, but not well enough. At least half of his body has been seared black by the creature's attacks. Blood spills from his ears and nose, and his eyes have gone wide with terror. Glory stalks toward Harrow, her claws at her sides. A ghastly smile creases her face, and it widens further as she draws near. What the hell is happening? The nightmare creatures from the adversary's domain fall back at her approach. Did, like, the spirit infect her somehow? So it's not Glory anymore? She's possessed? Impossibly, the fingers of her right hand begin to glow, just as they did in the adversary's domain. The metal goes from cherry red to yellow white in an instant, and waves of heat wash over you. She looks down on Harrow's huddled form and raises her right arm. Glowing razors erupt from her incandescent fingertips. He looks up at her, his mouth agape. Hello, lover. Where Glory's burning claw makes contact, Harrow's flesh bubbles and bursts. Yeah, I mean, she was trained to be this person, and she wanted to distance herself from it. It's maybe kind of a shame that she had to reawaken this side of her in order to get closure from this garbage past of hers. Again, taking everything that Glory says at face value, right? Like, Glory may very well be an unreliable narrator in the story that is her life. But I'm willing to believe that she's presenting things as they happened, and that she's not twisting things to her own ends. That said, she's an accomplished murderer, right? Like, she used to kill people for fun, like actual fun. So she knows her shit. Hello, lover is a great kill line. It is a hell of a line. Where Glory's burning claw makes contact, Harrow's flesh bubbles and bursts. She rakes his chest, then plunges a pair of razor-tipped fingers into his eyes. His final screams are inhuman, like something out of a nightmare. Glory shakes her hand free, and his seared body tumbles to the floor. It's over. She smiles at you. Lit from beneath by the red glow of that claw, her mouth looks like it's full of blood. It's finished. With dawning horror, you realize what was bothering you before. Something is absent, and the realization makes your stomach churn. Her pendant, the protective charm that once glinted against her pale skin, it's gone. Glory, what happened to your pendant? She glances down, and you can see the worry begin to creep onto her face. The wild look in her eyes slowly dies away, replaced by the cool analytical expression that you've come to know. I don't know. I must have lost it somewhere along the way. The angry glow of her burning claw fades to nothing as the metal cools. As you watch, the red light that bathed her body slowly dies away. When did you lose it? Certainly feels like an important question to be answered. But let's talk about the hand, shall we? I don't know, but we can worry about it when we get back home. It's only a matter of time before this entire compound shakes itself apart. I can't take you back until we know what happened to you. I think that's actual true. Then you'd better get comfortable with the idea of dying in here, because this building is coming down. When we get back home, we can figure this out. I'll help you figure it out, okay? But we need to get moving, and we need to do it fast. Alright. As if on cue, an ominous creep... Ominous? Ominous. Why would I say that? Ominous. There was also the guy getting beaten up. What, this dude? He's not super relevant. As if on cue, an ominous creaking sound reverberates throughout the halls of Feuerstella, followed by the groan of buckling support struts from above. Oh, yeah, the one that the initiates were, toying with, probably. Other stranger noises can be heard further in the distance, panicked screams and faint cries for help, intermingled with the bellowing roars of escaped spirits. Let's see if we can save people. No, there's nothing we can do. The building is too heavily compromised. Any second now, it'll come down on the heads of anyone who's still unlucky enough to be inside. Nominous, like the sound is nom nom nom.
Let the fire take this place and everything in it. We've done what we came for. Harrow is dead. We've won.
Somehow this really doesn't feel like a victory. Is there anything else we can do, or we can't actually go out there and do anything to help? There's nothing to do. There's just leaving. Leaving is all we have. Alright, well, I guess we're leaving. Wow, okay. Well, that was over really quickly? I kind of expected this to take a bit longer. I kind of expected this to go a bit deeper. Guess all those orphans die. Whoops. Yeah, we were gonna save that other dude, but, well, you know, building's coming down. Hopefully he's safe. You thread your way through the trees of the Schonbuch forest, tracing your way back to the thicket where you and Glory hid the van. The inferno that consumed Feuerstella is spreading, and the conflagration casts the forest around you in a sinister orange light. Well, that's definitely not good. The heat at your back is intense, unbearable. Far ahead, Glory blazes a trail for you to follow, shredding the foliage in her path. If you choose to save them, Harrow gets away. The fire is moving fast, but you're faster. You clamber into the van, put the vehicle in gear, and punch the accelerator. The burning ruin of Feuerstella recedes into the distance. Like, he would have just died to those spirits anyway, right? Why did we have to do anything? Like, okay, Glory wants closure, sure. But, like, if blowing up the spirit, the shrine means that he dies to his own, like, imprisoned spirits, then why did we have to do anything? That's a weird turn of events. You clamber into the van, put the vehicle in gear, and punch the accelerator. The burning ruin of Feuerstella recedes into the distance, a glowing speck in the rear view mirror. The peace and safety of the Kreutz Bazaar lie ahead. Alright, well, we got a lot to talk about. We are going to deconstruct the hell out of this mission. Glory. Hey, Karma. Love Karma. That's all well and good. But Glory, we've got some things to talk about. Glory stands, an introspective look on her face. At the sound of your approach, she turns to face you. She nods at you. Thank you for your help at Feuerstella. I couldn't have done it without you. I've been meaning to talk with you about that. After the things we saw in there, I'm not surprised. Go ahead, Jim. I'm listening. Alright, well, let's talk about what happened to her. There is a long pause before she responds. You'll need to be more specific. The missing pendant? I'm more concerned about the missing pendant than the hand on fire. I'll be honest with you. Yo, Inkling, thank you so much for your generosity. And congratulations, BBC Biogan. I hope you appreciate the fantastic emotes you now have access to. Ah, that. Well, clearly something happened when I plunged my claw into the heart of Feuerstella. But as to what that something was, she shrugs. Your guess is as good as mine. And you don't think we should do anything about it? What do you propose that we do? I don't know how to reverse what's happened to me. To be frank, I don't even know why I'd want to change this. And by this, you mean the ability to set your hand on fire at will? The way I look at it, what happened, happened. I've come through it okay. I've even managed to take away some residual, if inexplicable, gain from it. How can that be bad? Didn't you literally replace half of your body in order to prevent you from gaining power through your connection to the adversary? And now you're welcoming gaining power through a connection to the adversary? Don't bother answering that. It was a rhetorical question. It was a terrible rhetorical question. And I can see that you won't be satisfied until I offer you some sort of real answer. She steeples her fingers, musing. I suppose it's possible that, when the spirit died, some portion of its essence was trapped in the hand that I used to kill it. Does that happen? Hey, Dietrich! Get over here. I have questions. We were in a place with different rules, remember? I'm already too far out of my comfort zone to offer you any real answers. She shrugs. Maybe it reacted to the orichalcum in the bomb that I was wearing. I don't know. Anyway, the important thing is that some portion of the spirit, let's call it a residue, got smeared onto my hand in the adversary's domain. And somehow, back in the real world, that residue has imparted me with magic. Whatever the reason, however it's happening, I can't help but look upon this as a good thing. It's helpful, sure, but helpful and good aren't always the same thing. Call it what you will. Whatever this is, it's a part of me now. And given your history with poisoned gifts, with powers that were granted to you on specific conditions, you've decided, hey, why look a gift horse in the mouth? Like, you're just gonna be completely okay with this. Feels really out of character for her. This feels really out of character for her. Let's change the subject. Is there something else that you wanted to ask me about? This has lost her amulet glory. Right, which has me even more concerned. Like, she lost her amulet and now she's doing things that are really out of character. Like, is it time for an exorcism? Does Dietrich know how to do an exorcism? Hey, Dietrich, get over here. We didn't manage to save any of the cultists. I mean, we kind of knew that going in, right? The point of this was to kill Harrow, and if we can save cultists, Yahtzee, but we won't always be able to. We didn't even try. That is accurate. I wish that we could have saved everybody, but we made a decision to kill Harrow no matter the cost. I won't second guess that decision now. That's fair enough. I wish we could have saved somebody, but you're not wrong. Harrow is dead. Stella is gone. Forget about the cultists. Think about the future generations of street kids who will never have to go through what I did. Nobody will ever be corrupted by that place again. Who knows how many lives we've saved? This is an interesting one. Saving is relative here. We did a good thing back there, Jim. You just can't see that from where you're standing. No, I'm pretty on board. Like, the effect on future lives is very high, which is the reason we were here to begin with, right? We made these decisions to begin with because of that. It just sucks that we couldn't do better. Alright, so what about Marta? Her expression clouds, as well as can be expected. My feelings on this are complicated. Well, tell me more. I killed the first person I'd ever loved. Whatever else Marta might have been, she'll always be that. She pauses for a moment. Am I ultimately sorry that she's dead? Yes. But I'm not sure what the alternative would be. Letting her live might have been a good place to start. I mean, if I had been serious about that, I could have intervened. And I didn't. I don't think I have anything to say here. Marta was a new definition of the term damaged goods. Can't even imagine the amount of psychological trauma she'd be carrying if she were alive today. It'd take her years to recover. And in that time, she'd still be dangerous. All in all, it's probably better that things turned out the way they did. That's what I keep telling myself anyway. Well, I feel like I got no answers to any of my questions. But, We sure did that thing. Oh, I got an achievement for it. Moving on. Complete Glory's storyline. The therapy bills for her would be outrageous. This is more cost effective. Yep, that's exactly where she was going with this. Wow, that was very unsatisfying. So you have extra abilities now? Do we get to know what your extra abilities are? Presumably not until we get into a fight. Like, I can't see anything from here. Here it's just me, right? Alright, let's get on the computer for a second. See if there's anything going on. No new messages. Jobs? Pending and active? We're not taking that one. Alice Fund is at 50. Shadowland BBS? Anything new? F State Protection. The writers have it on good authority that the Winter Knight cult is eyeing Nest for expansion. Yes, we do have it on good authority for that. We do not have any information as to what purpose they have for Berlin yet, but for the good of the Flux, we should keep a watchful eye on the situation. See attached files for more details. Can't track down much about these guys. What's the big deal? Sorry, Jerry, I don't know. Have a friend out in Cal Free State who swears that he's worked for them before. Says that they're the real deal. An honest-to-God global conspiracy. I thought it was full of dreck. A Norwegian cult with money and influence to rival the big corps? Come on. Wait, what is our interactions with, Did we have interactions with Winter Knight in the first game? I don't remember anything specific. They weren't the cult that was going to be summoning the bugs, right? That was something else. Yeah, sounds a bit far-fetched. You don't remember? I don't remember either. It's the problem. That said, my buddy is rolling in Nguyen, and hell if I know where it came from. Or maybe I should say was. Oh. As in past tense. So what happened? He went on a shooting rampage a few weeks back. Took out his entire family and a couple of neighbors before Lone Star managed to bring him down. He'll be sitting in one of their Supermax facilities for the rest of his life, and the money got seized as evidence. Wow, it's horrible, man. Yeah, it was. Thing is, I've read his arrest records. At the time that Lone Star tackled him, he was screaming crazy things. Things about the world burning and a moon made of blood. Is that a good reason to go on a mass shooting rampage? Maybe there's more productive ways to deal with moons made of blood. So maybe there's something to all this after all. Energy sources? I've got solar panels like everybody, but does anyone have experience with these mana turbine services? I'm off the grid, so there's sometimes when I need to do some late-night decking or maintenance on my telescoping limbs. Alan Altbit. I think it's the first time we've seen that name. Is that the thing where a mage comes by and drops some juice into a generator? My buddy was telling me about them last week. The turbine spins the mana around, and the charge lasts for weeks, he said. Wraith-like. They're a scam, chummer. That mage is going to be out of there with your money before you realize how much power you've actually got. You're better off peddling a bike battery. Wild. Do we have pay data? No. Alright, nothing more to do here. We've still got some cheap booze. Think we're just going to keep a hold of that forever. Is it time to just go do Alice things? It might be time to just go do Alice things. Before we do that, though, I've been going for about 2 hours. So I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to go refill water. I'm going to go to the bathroom. And when I come back, Alice things. We'll finally find out who the fuck is Alice. All right. Thanks for hanging out. I'll leave you folks with some music while I'm gone. And see you folks soon. Alright, thank you for your patience, folks. I am back. Ready to keep this going? Ready to find out what Alice has to say? Let me pause the music. We'll bring the game back up. And continue. Are we ready? Is it time? It might be time. I think I'm ready. I think it's time. Are you absolutely sure? Again, I will cancel all of your remaining jobs once you've left for the rabbit hole. Yeah, lay it on me. Excellent. The password is Volklingen. Once you are en route to the rabbit hole with the funds for Alice's payment, I will cancel the team's remaining obligations. Understood. I have to say, Jim, this lifts an enormous weight off my shoulders. When Monica brought you on board, I was initially unsure about you. I would never have said that to anyone else, of course, but I kept you under a watchful eye. I can see now that I needn't have doubted her judgment. She chose her successor well. Now please, go fetch the information from Alice. He claps a hand on your shoulder. We are one step closer to surviving this mess. Well, I am a fan of surviving this mess. Alright. What did he say it was? Volklingen? Volklingen? Volklingen. Volklingen. What does that mean? My German is not that good. Maybe I should Google it. I'm gonna Google it. What does Volklingen mean? Translate.google.com. English detected. Nope, that's not English, buddy. Nice try. Maybe I meant Volklingen with a thing over the O's? Did I mean Volklingen with a thing over the O's? Umlaut? In German, Volklingen with a thing over the O's means Volklingen. So that's not helpful in the slightest. It looks like it could mean like folk music or something. Folk sound it's trying to translate it as, which seems weird. Alright, well, maybe somebody will eventually tell me about this. But I think I am not getting the answer out of Google Translate. Received 500 yuan. Oh, nice. What a deal. The funds disappear from your account. Moments later, a message pops up on the screen. Transfer complete. Sitting in its dock on the keyboard, a green LED blooms to life on Alice's cred stick. The trigger has been pulled. The rabbit hole awaits. So now I have a little bit more money. Not that I really can do much with it. Can I do much with it? Is that enough to do anything relevant with it? My money's on no. But we should go buy some more jazz. Because that is a thing I want to take with me just in case. Sell me some drugs, Mr. Flash. Alright. And away we go. So this is endgame, yeah? This is, like, he was very specific about this is the point of no return. We'll cancel all your other jobs. So we're going to get some information here. We're going to get sent to probably that mansion that we were in at the beginning of the game. And that's going to be it, right? Feels like we're pretty close here. Might end up being a bit longer. Just because it's the point of no return doesn't mean we're actually close to the end. The tiny cred stick feels heavy in your pocket, fat with the weight of hard-won Nuyen. The U-Bahn station swallows you up and sends you hurtling down the rabbit hole, towards Alice, towards the information you've bled for. The train pulls to a stop, and the doors hiss open to the dark, old platform. With luck, answers lie ahead. With luck, indeed. Alright, Alice, what you got for me? Alice's console stands alone against the filthy wall of the U-Bahn platform. The colorful sprites that flicker across the screen stand in sharp contrast to the surrounding grime. Man, I wonder if the game that this arcade console actually has on it is any good. I'm more invested in the actual video game that the arcade machine is than the fact that it's a direct link to Alice, the Shadowrunner, and Fixer, or whatever. Information broker. The cred stick port in the machine greedily accepts your payment. You watch as the black plastic of the cred stick's case disappears into the console. Moments later, the familiar sight of Alice's office winks onto the screen. Something is wrong here. You can see it in Alice's face. Her eyes are open just a little too wide, her smile just a little too forced. It's a look that you've seen before, all too often. Underneath her polished exterior, Alice, the Alice, is terrified. Alice? Hold a moment. I'm transferring your payment now. Alice's attention is fixed on the PDA mounted to her wrist. A moment passes, then she nods, lowers her arm, and shifts her gaze to you. Her smile still looks forced, and her eyes keep darting back to the clock on the wall. Everything seems to be in order. Good. What's up with the clock? You waiting for something? Without a word, she bends to grab something from under her desk. A moment later, she lifts an aluminum briefcase onto the desk. Your information. She flips the case onto the desk, then shoves it toward the camera. As the briefcase grows larger on the screen, you can hear the whine of motors spinning up in the arcade cabinet's guts. With a smooth mechanical motion, a generic brand optical chip slides out of the payment port in front of you. Alice kicks her seat back and stands. Her movements are becoming more and more erratic. Your answers are on the chip. She checks the clock again. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to run. What are you running from, Alice? She pauses, then takes a deep breath and exhales it slowly. Tries to calm herself, but the panic wins out, and she begins to tremble. You'll find out. And, Jim, a free piece of advice? You should drop your search for Vauclair. Drop it now, and run far, far away. If you don't, you're going to get yourself killed. She leans in to stare into the camera. On the screen, you can see that her eyes are badly bloodshot. And stay out of the Matrix, Jim. It isn't safe. Well, I knew that much. Abruptly, the screen goes black. Alice is gone. The optical chip sits in its cradle, waiting for you to take it. So, I guess it's not that often that Alice runs into information that gets her in trouble. Presumably, she's good at finding information, relaying it to other people, and allowing them to get each other in trouble, rather than somebody finding her at fault. But in this case, not so much. The instant that the chip leaves its cradle, the machine reboots itself. You are, again, alone. Boy, it's nice that Alice is just sitting by the phone, waiting for me to call her, huh? It's convenient. As you settle in for... Oh, no. We're gonna get ambushed again. As you settle in for your trip back to the Kreuzbazaar, you can feel the rest of the... You can feel the rest of the world compartmentalize and fall away. No more distractions. Just you, the train, and the optical chip. It sits in your pocket like a hot stone, impossible to ignore. The train ramps up to speed, filling the air with a monotonous electric whir. The sound is soft and low and urgent, like the droning wings of an enormous insect. It'd be soothing if your mind weren't occupied with other matters. All at once, the monotony is broken. Your PDA is buzzing. A quick glance at the screen tells you that you're receiving a call and that Paul Amsel is on the other end. Okay. You hit the receive button on your PDA. One look at the grainy image that blossoms to life on the screen is enough to tell you that something has gone terribly wrong. Yeah, if Alice was spooked, I imagine things have gone terribly wrong already. The strangled sounds of panicked breathing punch through your PDA's tiny speakers. In the image window, you can see the outlines of figures silhouetted against the backdrop of Amsel's shop. The view rotates, bringing them toward the center of the frame. Oh no. The image sharpens. In the center of the screen stands an enormous orc in battle armor, a hand cannon leveled at something just out of frame. His face is a shiny mat of grafted tissue, his smile like something out of a nightmare. Paul? The orc doesn't respond. You don't hear your own echo over Amsel's microphone either. He must have muted the volume on your end of the conversation. You watch, powerless, as the orc's grin widens. The frantic breaths that you hear coming from off-screen increase in frequency. From off-screen, you hear Amsel's frantic voice.
Audrun, please! Tell me what this is all about. What are the Firewings' plans? You're going to kill me anyway. Don't send me to the grave without...
Oh. People keep dying! Stop killing my friends! Your stomach drops as the gun bucks and roars in the orc's hand. Your view on the PDA pitches wildly, then comes to a sudden stop with a violent cracking sound. A burst of static floods the screen. Moments later, a dark shape falls into view with equivalent force. You hear the unmistakable sound of bone crunching against hardwood. The camera auto-adjusts, and the dark shape swims into focus. You are staring into and through the dripping cavernous ruin of what was once a human head. Look, I was already plenty motivated without you killing Paul. You didn't have to kill Paul in order to keep me motivated. I get it, this is endgame. Just let me fight a dragon. Fuck. The remnants of the face that remain are enough to confirm what your gut already knows. The body on the screen is that of Paul Amsel. From out of frame, far away, you can hear another voice. A woman, young, from the sound of it, with a military cadence.
What now, sir?
Now we press our advantage. Jam their comms, Ortega.
The sounds of hurried motion recede into the background.
All right, remember, people. Amsel was the brains of the operation, but the rest will put up a lot more fight. Flush 'em out and take 'em down, one by one.
Another voice chimes in, a young man this time. Sir, look at Amsel's wrist. The PDA. I think that it's recording. God fucking damn it. I mean, okay, sure. You hear the roar of another gunshot and the screen goes dark. Your vision swims, and the screen of your PDA seems to fade away. The impact of what you've just witnessed hammers you in the gut over and over again. Amsel is dead. The Kreutz Bazaar is under attack. It's entirely possible that an ambush party is already waiting to meet you at the U-Bahn platform. Whatever your attackers have planned, you won't be able to do much about it from in here. The train is speeding toward the Kreutz Bazaar station. No more stops between you and the enemy. Nothing to do but prepare yourself and wait. Ugly. Aw, what's up, Iger? Glad I'm not going through this alone. The barrel of Iger's rifle swings upward. She emerges from cover, turning to face you.
About time you showed up.
The light plays off of Iger's face like a streetlight on rain-slick asphalt. Her face, neck, and chest are sheeted in slick, dark liquid. Blood. A lot of blood. Where are you hit?
I'm not. This little bastard, on the other hand.
Iger wipes her mouth with the back of her hand, then hoists a corpse up from behind her makeshift barricade. A young man, maybe in his early 20s, his eyes frozen wide in surprise. What's left of his throat hangs down in ragged flaps.
Made one hell of a mistake.
Surprised you let him close the distance on you like that. Iger bristles.
Even the best shooters have to reload sometime. Did you meet with Alice? Do you have our information?
She just, like, gnawed his throat open? I guess those teeth have got to be good for something. Yeah, I got it. An optical chip. We'll have to use my mission computer to open it.
Whatever's on that chip, these bastards don't want us to read it. All the more reason to do exactly that. After we put the rest of them in the ground, that is.
They killed Paul. Those tusks aren't just for decorations? Yeah, I guess not. Iger's expression hardens.
Yeah, I know. He had us all patched in on that call. We all saw what happened. I figured they'd try to ambush you at the platform, ventilate the train, take you out, and cut off a potential escape route in the progress.
She shrugs.
It's what I would do. So I hightailed it out here and set up an ambush of my own.
Good thinking.
Anyway, enough talk. We've got a job to do.
Iger swings her rifle up and over her shoulder.
There are an unknown number of hostiles topside. They're well-equipped, decently trained, and hell-bent on killing us.
So what else is new? This is every day of our goddamn life.
Last I heard, Gloria was on the north end of town. Dietrich was out getting coffee when all hell broke loose. Let's go get them.
Let's go hunting. +1 action point! Finally! Oh man, I've been waiting for this for years! New objective. The team must survive. I'm on it. Alright, this means I feel a lot better about bringing a second drone with me. But I don't have an extra weapon slot. So I'd have to give up either my assault rifle or my sniper rifle. And I think the answer is give up my sniper rifle for another drone. But I'm not positive. Alright, well, up we go, I guess. Oh, hey, look! We found hostiles. Good dog, Dante! Alright, you don't deserve cover. Alright, so just looking at raw accuracy, right? We have 81 with her sniper rifle. No, 81 with the assault rifle. Well, we found the assault rifle's range, didn't we? What is this? Marks the enemy for a round, making them easier to hit. Tracer shot. Presumably the same damage as anything else, though. 21 HP. Okay, well... I like those crit odds. Let's make you easier to hit. And we probably wake up the drone here. $49? Might be better off going after the mage, actually, now that I think about it. I can crit. I can crit over here. That feels a lot better. Of course, that's dependent on hitting, which... He's shooting the dog! How dare you! Good dog. Good dog. So much damage. What an ability. Something ahead of you lets out a low rumbling growl from the shadows. A primordial sound that echoes down the snowy streets. It steps into the light. I didn't know Dante was a hellhound. That's pretty cool. Dante. Even from this distance, you can feel the heat radiating from the enormous dog's body. He locks eyes with you, and you can see the fire burning within them. He takes a step towards you, hackles raised. Iger glances at you. Her voice is calm, but you can see the unease on her face.
I forgot to mention, fearless leader. Your dog's acting funny.
How long has he been like this?
Beats me. I caught sight of him on the way down to the U-Bahn platform, and he looked normal enough. Then one of these bastards took a shot at him and winged him. Big mistake. Dante got mad. Real mad. He started shaking and twitching, and I saw fire in his eyes. He was on the guy before I could blink.
Well? I certainly don't have either of these things.
A few seconds later, the shooter was a red smear on the sidewalk, and Dante... Iger stabs a thumb in the dog's direction. Looked like this.
Hey, Dante. How you doing? Dante lowers his head, the hackles on the back of his neck standing stiff. He takes another step towards you and Iger.
I don't think this is working, Jim.
It'll work. Easy, buddy. Easy now. Slowly, the wind begins to shift and he sniffs the air, looking from you to Iger, then back to you. Acknowledgement washes across his face, and his expression softens. His ears stand back up, and you could swear that you see him smile. Dante takes his place by your side.
Well, whatever he is, I'm glad he's on our team. Let's find the others.
Good boy! Achievement unlocked. Dante's Inferno. Okay. Well, I guess Dante was actually a really good name for that dog, wasn't it? Alright, this place is gonna be entirely chewed up. I don't know what we're gonna find there, probably not much. Glory was at the north side of town, and Dietrich was getting a soy calf? I guess as long as we're here, we can go check it out? Like, they're not still gonna be in here, right? Well, that would be Amsel, wouldn't it? Paul's lifeless body lies crumpled on the floor. The majority of his head has been splattered across the opposite wall. That's not ideal. Is anybody still in here? Locked? How dare you? The DVD player completely trashed. Some kind of automatic lockdown system hasn't been engaged. Oh, we need to get in there to read the data crystal. Okay, we've got other work to do. They were hinting the whole time. They were, absolutely. Alright, let's go get Dietrich on side, shall we? Also, where the hell is Blitz? Is Blitz even real? Who are these idiots? Oh, they're mercenaries. Well, here's Dietrich, ready to help out. Cool. I'm undercover. Whoa! Dante's on my... Dog. I like how it shows, like, the different weapons, and the dog's weapon is just dog. Great. Fireball? Superb? Target Petrify. Loses all AP and cannot attack or move. Wild. Flame Breath. Minus 12 HP damage and does an additional 5 for 2 rounds. Pack Tactics. Allies gain an extra movement. Dope. $16 is 1.5 Flame Breaths. Chomp is 11. with some AP damage. And rip armor is extra AP damage. Dope. Can we rip some armor? It's going to cost us some action points. Ripping armor sounds like fun, though. Get in there, dog. Aw. What's your buff? Close combat defense bonus. $11 damage, does a minimum of 8. Even through armor, I guess. That's pretty cool. Well, let's breathe some fire. That sounds like fun. Oh. It's got range, not requirements, but like, it's got a valley, or a mountain, rather. Too close and it doesn't hit well, and too far and it doesn't hit well. Huh. Interesting. Alright, let's just bite this guy then. Get in there, dog. Drone in. Not good odds against any of these people, huh? Oh no, dog! Mistakes. I forgot about dog. I should have paid more attention. Dog was invisible behind the smoke. Dante, no. Well, let's not do that again. But in the meantime, we have... What else can we do here? I guess I could have favored up first. That would have been smart also. Let's make somebody better at shooting. I don't know who we're going for first. I guess this one. Okay. What happened to dog? Oh, he was in the backsplash from my lightning. I didn't realize he was in the AoE. He took like 6 damage. It's not a big deal. He'll be fine. Sick? Dang. Now that's what I call damage. Alright, if I actually want to do damage, I can throw this thing for more damage than I would get otherwise. And as usual, anything in between the 80 to 90% range means 100% chance of missing. Alright, Robot. I believe in you. 43. Don't like that. 56. Still don't like that. 68. 80% guaranteed miss. Hey. Oh, there's somebody out here. What? How did you get there? Dog! Okay. Dog must be saved. Vanguard Mercenary. Oh, there's a hole in the fence. Yo, there's a whole area back here. We definitely never went here over the course of the game. Is there like actual stuff out here? Fascinating. Alright, Iger, you focus on this boy. This is gonna blow him up. Love that ability. It's so good. Nice. $99. Are you kidding me? I missed on the 99? Oh, this game hates me. Like, sometimes things go well, and sometimes this game just hates me. 52. Oh, I can't aim up on the Steel Lynx drone. I guess I can unbalance, though. We can do... not that. We can do this. Make them easier to hit. I like that plan. The hell was that? Pierce's armor? That's not bad. They won't be able to move? It's also okay. Or we'll just miss. Everything is miss, apparently. It requires extra points to get there, so maybe just breathe some fire? Not liking my chance to hit with fire. $75? Maybe we'll just petrify him. So now we got all the time in the world to get up close and wreck his face. Nice. Really? There we go. What's up, Dietrich? Welcome to the team. The door has been boarded shut, I see. So what is out here? Oh, we can't go out here. We can just be attacked from out here. People could just show up from out here. I hate it. Let's go get Glory. And I guess Blitz is just no longer appearing in this film. We're just done. Held shut by a magical force. Seems reasonable. Oh, the dancing lady's gone. Oh. Hello, enemies. Where were you two? What a massacre. Probably do the same thing to this guy, right? Yep. Is there anybody else still alive? Enemies? Hello? I don't see any other enemies. With whom are we still in combat? Hello? Hello? Why? Oh, what? And he wasn't visible by Dante. Dante couldn't see him. Sure. Line of sight blocked. Line of sight blocked my ass. How would you not have I LOS in this game, my god. Let's get favor. And let's throw lightning. What? What? What is going on here? I guess we're not throwing lightning? What is blocking our line of sight? Is there walls here? Like, I can't even tell what's going on. I guess there's a wall here? That's super weird. completely blocked. Alright, can you just kill him? Good. Alright, well that's a lot better then. Super weird. Maybe let's go back up the way we came, so we don't randomly run into more enemies. Like, I'm sure there's going to be more enemies, but let's be a little circumspect here. Come on, folks. Aha, here we go. And, of course, we are immediately attacked from behind. Well, Dante, you've got a job to do. Yeah, just bite him. Nice. Big chompers. And then you miss. You could do better. LOS blocked, LOS blocked. LOS blocked. Took you long enough. Fair. AP up. And let's start messing with people, yeah? Mana burn. Mana burn? Hand of Glory. Dang. Alright, that's a pretty nice touch. Well, let's clean up the idiot behind us. And then we can focus on the idiots further in front of us. Now that Glory has punched someone and ran away. Good miss, solid miss. $57, $63. Bad odds. Just fine, apparently. We'll hit 100% of the time on a 63, but get those odds up to 80 and it's a miss every time. Not going to pretend to understand what's going on here. Alright, get under cover and start shooting some idiots. Starting with the one that can hit us. Whoa! Wow, Iger also a monster? What a champion, this girl. Conjurer out in the open. Prepare yourself. The time has come to get wrecked. $3 AP. Yeah, he's got a lot of running to do. Heat wave. Ow. Not enough ammo. Okay, fair. That does sound problematic. And now you're dead? And if I pistol you? Bad odds. So I guess let's just run up and do things to you. Terrible, awful things. Easy peasy. Glory flicks her wrists, sending the wicked blades that extend from her fingertips sliding back into their housings. Jim, listen to me. We have a problem. Yeah, Demon Glory's for real. I saw a detachment of mercenaries break away from the main group. They were carrying heavy ordnance, and they appeared to be heading in the direction of the sewers. Best guess, they're planning on bringing the entire block down, reducing the Kreutz Bazaar to rubble. Where the hell is Blitz? He took off with Malit. Said something about jamming the attackers' comms. Don't worry about them. We have to deal with those bombs. Alright, I'll agree with that. We do, in fact, have to deal with those bombs. Aw, it's dead people. These people were probably my friends. They might even have been people whose names I knew. This affects me emotionally. Probably. Should I be doing anything here? Spending some of my 8 karma? Get some quickness or something? Become better at shooting? Suppose I could become better at shooting. You were really upset when the neighborhood burned. It was a fun place. It was a fun place. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, like, I'm a little bit making light of this situation because I joke in times of fear and anxiety. But, like, I absolutely like the place, and it sucks that they all got attacked. I do need to get that other drone out of storage now that we have more AP. Head into the sewers? Into the sewers. You and your team descend into the sewers, footsteps echoing off of the damp stone walls. You barely notice the smell. There's no time to waste. Audrin's team of mercenaries is down here somewhere, racing to plant their explosive charges beneath the keats. The fate of the Kreutz Bazaar is in your hands. Well, let's save it. 11 rounds until the bombs explode. Where are the bombs? Okay, so we need to spread out. Dog, turn on extra movement. Did I do it? I don't think I did it. I'm not seeing people. I'm going to move up a little bit at a time to make sure that everybody keeps getting the bonus. Oh, it's just a one-shot. Ah, so now they all have the bonus movement regardless. That's good. I don't need to, like, keep pace with them or anything. They just have the bonus movement. I guess for this turn? And then next turn, if they get in range, they'll gain the bonus movement? This is an interesting mechanic. Alright, so who's going where? I think we're sending Glory for the far one. But I'm not positive I know what the map looks like. Somebody's got to go to here. So at least somebody's got to go around this way. Let's say that's Iger. Alright, have we seen any bad guys? Hey, look, it's a bad guy. Hired mage. Ah, now. Somebody's got to go out this way. And somebody's got to head up here. I think we want Glory going for the far one because she's got more AP. I guess Jim could also have more AP. So maybe they both go that way. And we'll send Dietrich over to this bomb. And they'll run up past here and then head to the thing. That's a lot, maybe? Unclear. Alright. Jim and Gloria will go this way, since both of them have the extra AP. And then Dietrich and Dante and Iger will go this way. And we'll see who has the ability to split up whenever we get to the point where we're splitting up. The mage didn't move. Oh, hey, we found some baddies. Oh, we also found some ghouls. We've got some ghoul friends. That's nice. Alive? Unacceptable. It's robot time. Good thing I helped the ghouls? Yeah, absolutely. Hired mage. Ah, we've got some mercenaries in the back. Okay. Can you shoot him? Line of sight? Line of sight. Love to see it. Oh, what? Hang on. Aim up. Now shoot better. Increased chance for crit. I'll take it. We did not crit. Can you actually do anything here? Chance to hit extremely low. Just ridiculously low. %. It's not good numbers. 33. 48. Still not very high. Oh, what is this? I did not want you to run into range like that. That's not what I asked for. But okay, thank you. Maybe fire. Too far out of range. I don't know what the range... I don't know what ranges are on any of these moves. And I kind of hate it. Alright. Dog out of sight. Dietrich's just gonna get shot up here. Rude. What? Ow. Dog was apparently very insight. Ghouls get magic leprosy, right? It's pretty bad. Not a particularly good deal. Alright, let's heal the dog. Aw, they're not close enough for me to get them both. Unfortunate. Alright, well, Iger, keep shooting them. Good job, Iger. Can't shoot anybody from there, so move closer, I guess. Blow him the heck up. Get blowed up. Man down. $15 damage. Oh, he's dead. Okay, good. That's one. So who else is out here? Bombs up here. So we're gonna have to go through here. So this is the faraway one. This is the one faraway one. And then both of these are through the same direction. It's not a lot of options. Alright, dog, let's go. Chew on some faces. On fire. That's what I like to see. Maybe get out of line of sight is the plan. Or undercover. Maybe get undercover? Get undercover. I don't feel bad about that. Oh, wow, it actually worked. Nice misses. Time for follow. Yeah, let's go get this mage. Time for shotgun? Probably time for shotgun, huh? Wow, look at all these abilities. Two attacks, but also 5 attacks. Why use anything other than, like, the one amazing ability every time? It's such a good ability. Alright, is this gonna work? Nice. Alright, we want to hit him such that we don't hit the ghoul, right? It's going to be tough to do. I don't think we can do it. 44. Maybe we just aim up the dog. And he has to run into range before he can shoot. So he'll run forward first. It's got the 2 right on his, like, this 2 here. So that's how it's going to cost 2 AP, right? 1 to move and then 1 to shoot. Can't just shoot from where he's at. Nice petrify. Alright, dog, run up and help everybody else. I think between Iger and Dietrich, we've got this one covered. Big crits, 108% crit chance. Aw, come on! Come on! Any number between 80 and 90% is just 100% chance to miss. I just don't understand. Thank you. Alright, Dietrich. Go get the thing. Haste up your girl. Iger gets to go help. And Dietrich is going to go fix the bomb. Three, four. Dante, go help. He doing a big run. What a good boy. I don't know where the hell you thought you were going, buddy. 6 rounds. Alright. Fix this problem. And start running this way, and maybe you can end up helping. That would be nice. Glory, open a door? Glory, open a door. There's a mage. Can we get you in line of sight of that mage? Maybe. How is that 3 AP? Are you kidding me? Is there a line of sight here? I feel like there might be. Hey! Let's do some sniping. Now this is what I call support fire. Fantastic. Aww. That was really close. Can you shoot? No. Alright, well, running in probably not going to help, so let's hang out on the sides. Aww. How long have you been there? Is that ghoul on their side? That ghoul is not doing a lot of punching. That is the problem I have with this situation. Let's go find some cover. I like cover. And then maybe do some shooting? Not enough AP. Oh, that's fair. Starting with the mage. Starting with a conjurer. First, let's see what Iger can do. Who does Iger have LOS on? This idiot and the mage. We'll start with the mercenary? Okay, mercenary is at 1 health. We can leave that to somebody else. Oh my god, Iger's such a champion. Iger doing fantastic work from the back lines. Get wrecked. Oh, I could even have run up and aimed Iger. Alright, well, we'll do that next time, I guess. Glory. Maybe Glory can shoot this guy. 58. I'll take those odds. And then we can start shooting up the Conjurer back here. Nice. And Dante can begin doing terrible things to all of these people. Flame breath to the face. Admittedly, that could have been more terrible, but I'll take what I can get. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, was this grenade. Whoa, that was pretty bad. Pretty bad grenade. I should really watch my positioning and not be in grenade range like that. Smack. There you go. That's a little better. Can you hit... You can hit this guy now. Okay. So, aim up. And then run forward, I guess. As long as somebody's in line of sight, you keep doing what you're doing. He's got cover, so we can't actually crit. Well, that worked out. That accomplished a goal. Alright, it's time for claws. Oh, that's such a long trip. Why so long? Let's wreck some armor then. Control broken. Love it. Killer. That's it. That's all the enemies? Nice. Just give me my turn. Let me defuse the bomb. Why? Why? What is happening here? Where are they even going? They don't know. They don't know where they're going either. 3 rounds. It's alright. We got it covered. Objective complete. Kill all of the mercenaries. You damn right. Jesus, look at Glory with her hand on fire. My God. She is so cool. You emerge from the foulness of the sewers only to be met with the equally dark stench of cordite and death. Although you've saved the Keats, it is far from unharmed. Residents wander the streets dazed, holding their wounds, tending to others, observing the damage. The look in their eyes tells the story. Their illusion of safety has been shattered. You enter Paul Amsel's trade emporium, already knowing what you'll find there. The knowledge doesn't make the discovery any easier. Yeah, I saw that that's what they were calling it, Devanok. It's, that's a lot. Once again, the team gathers around Paul Amsel, but tonight he has no more missions to offer, and no advice to give. His body lies motionless on the hardwood, cooling in the night air. The ruin of his face has been hidden under a burlap tarp. For several minutes, nobody speaks. Finally, Dietrich steps forward. I think we should say something about Paul. There's another moment of silence. Then Iger speaks up. I'll go. Iger brings herself to attention, stares straight ahead. Paul Amsel was an important member of this team, and he supported us well. He said what he was going to do, and he did it. That's rare. That's worthy of respect. She looks down at the body. There is a long pause before she speaks again. Thank you, Paul Amsel, for everything. Another pause. Her voice softens. I was out of position when they came for you. I couldn't save you. I'm sorry. The others shift uncomfortably, not knowing what to say. Glory breaks the awkward moment, her voice a frosty monotone. I appreciate what Amstel did for us. It's another loss. One that this team can't afford. Glory's eyes sweep across the group, then land on Amstel's body. Her expression is impossible to read. After a moment, she turns her head to look at you. Alright, Paul was a good one. Let's be kind here, alright? Let's do our best. We're not a hard ass here. And I'm not looking to turn this into, like, I'm not looking to martyr Paul. Paul is a good one and will be missed. Dietrich nods in agreement and crosses himself. Yeah, he was. Goodbye, Paul. Gott sei mit dir. Gingerly, Blitz steps forward. Blitz? Where the hell were you? You, like, just showed up? His hair is mussed, and there's a fresh bullet hole in his jacket. He smells like smoke and blood and stale sweat, and his hands tremble as he takes them out of his pockets. Well, I didn't know Paul as well as the rest of you, but he seemed like a good guy. He shuffles his feet. I didn't want to see this happen, at any rate. You okay, Blitz? Looks like you and Malit saw some action back there. Yeah. His eyes remain fixed on Amstel's body. I'll live. As if in turn, Dante lowers his head sadly, lets out a heavy sigh, and closes his eyes. We'll miss you, Paul. Don't worry about the body. I know what to do. Be respectful, but be quick. After all, it is only a shell. Paul is with Monica now. We're all gonna be with Monica soon if we don't do something. The Firewing came after us once. She'll do it again. This is about more than just us. Everyone's in danger. The whole damn F-state. Aren't you being a little dramatic? I don't think that he is, Igalove. I really don't. Come on, everyone. Let's get a look at that optical chip. I want to see what we're dealing with. I also want to see what we're dealing with. Dog is leading the charge. Good job, Dante. Dante lifts his head and looks up at you mournfully. The feral aggression is gone from his eyes. He's changed. You can see it. But he's still Dante. So, Jim. Dante was very helpful out there, but I am a bit concerned about his, fire breathing? Pretty cool trick, don't you think? It is handy. That's not hard to argue. He's not a normal dog. Not by a long shot. Is he possessed? I assume you've checked his aura and discovered he's part hellhound. Monica trained him for months to be combat ready. We had a hellhound in the house? And Monica didn't tell us? For months? Jim has him under control. Dante performed well in the field. Followed commands flawlessly. I have no concerns. Dante stays with me. Where I run, he runs. Ooh, we've got stuff to do. I got buttons to click. Dante's not on the list, though. That's a little disappointing. Alright. What do we have here? AP +1. You'll love to see it. Speed Loader. Iger gains an ability that reloads all of her equipped weapons for 0 AP. Sniper Rifle Specialist 3 gains an ability that can target 2 enemies in one action for 1 AP? Whoa. Whoa. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, that sounds great. As much as I like speed loading, this sounds fantastic. Dragon Slayer's Wrath replaces Dragon Slayer Idol. The Dragon Slayer now harms all foes within 3 tiles of Dietrich for 16 damage. On subsequent rounds, targets take 5 HP and 1 AP damage. Wow. The defensive thing with the Dragon Slayer's Idol, I don't think was a thing we used too much. So I think I'm okay turning this into an AoE. Dietrich's Shadow grows more powerful, decreasing damage by an additional 2 points. Okay. So it prevents 5 damage per hit? That actually is pretty wild, too. I think I like this better. Upgraded Bumona kit. Bumona Platinum. Sure. Oh, fascinating. If I had taken this Trauma Specialist 1, this would have replaced it. So, the Trauma Specialist 1 actually completely useless here. Far better off taking this instead. Fascinating. Gain a Ruger Super Warhawk. Custom revolver with hand-machined armor-piercing ammo. 14 damage, 6 capacity, 4 armor pierce. We don't use her pistol much. And I don't know that her... I guess her accuracy is going to get a little bit better, right? She got +1 on quickness, +1 on ranged combat, +1 on pistol. So she's going to be a little bit better at that. But maybe the Trauma Specialist is better anyway. As opposed to her current pistol, which... What is her current pistol, actually? I'm okay to confirm this. See if we can find out what her current pistol is before we make a decision. While Blitz is jacked into the Matrix, attacks on his physical body are reduced by 3 damage. That has never mattered. Integrating tactical computer marks weak points in an opponent's armor, Blitz's mark target ability now reduces the target's armor by 2. Dope. Oh my god, show me their stats! Why can't you show me what they have? Also, I have to decide if I want to bring my, my Strato instead of one of the guns. I mean, if I'm replacing anything, it's going to be the sniper rifle. Because I think the assault rifle is just better more often than not. But I like the idea of having 2 drones. That appeals to me more than having the extra gun. All right, Little Buddy Mark II and Little Buddy Mark III, both along for the ride. All of the little buddies. Except for the Doberman. Doberman stays home. It knows what it did. Alright, well, onward and upward, I suppose. No, I still have to figure out what I'm doing with Glory. Why can't I look at her stats? Why can't I look at her, like, the weapon she has equipped before I make this decision? Not sure how much the upgraded trauma kit matters, right? Upgraded trauma kit brings it from a 25% heal to 100% heal. That feels like a big deal if we're using trauma kits. And I don't use her pistol that often. So maybe this is kind of a waste. Feels like a good gun, though. I'm just gonna take the specialist kit. I don't use her. I don't. Both of these are really niche. These aren't like super obviously busted like some of the others, right? The others are like powerful abilities. Feels like I'm gaining real benefits, and this is just really niche. Like I'm not using either of these that often. We'll go with the gun, I guess. I have an unread message. Dear Jim, please tell Lucas, excuse me, I mean Blitz, that I'm proud of him for not being an idiot. Why would Emily send me email? Why not just send that directly to Blitz? In all seriousness, I know that his first impulse must have been to come riding into my rescue, despite the fact that I didn't want him to. The fact that he was willing to listen to me and stay away, well, it means a lot. Yeah. Result! This is on me. This is entirely on me. This is because I was smart and convinced Blitz not to do the dumb. I wish that I could tell him everything. So much has happened. But for now, I'm afraid that I have to keep quiet. Lives depend on it. Please tell him to sit tight and that I'll be in touch when I can. And please tell him that I love him. Well, that's a big deal. Anything on the BBS I should be paying attention to? Selling used custom Westwind 2000. 80,000 or best offer. This is a car. Or a vehicle of some kind. Okay, the 80,000 price tag makes a bit more sense. Good condition, clean, got the turbocharged kit, additional armor plating added to the front and sides. Trunk has a mounted Ares autocannon, but you'll need a rigger to operate it. No hand access. Nice car. Wouldn't happen to be any corpse looking for it at the moment, eh? Has the PPS been triggered? Any Rex rebuild? Nope, all clear on that front. Nobody drove this baby but me, and I don't wreck cars. The autocannon dropped the last sucker who tried to do any damage. Bluebeard pointedly not responding to the question of whether or not it's stolen. Alright, I have put this off long enough. You slot the optical chip into the computer's waiting chip jack. On the screen, Alice's office blossoms into view. A half-second later, a real-time simulation of Alice appears, seated behind her mahogany desk. Something about it reminds you of a figure from a wax museum. Lifelike, but dead inside. Okay, so it's an AI, not a recording. It greets you with a facsimile of Alice's joyless smile. Customer name, Jim the Eternal. Its voice is hollow, synthetic. An automaton masquerading as a living woman. One who you've never even met in the flesh. Account number, 1012579. Greetings, valued customer. I am an offline simulacrum of the Alice persona. I have been included on this chip to answer any questions that you might have about your information purchase. Nifty piece of tech. Not now, Blitz. If you are ready to proceed, I will present Alice's findings. You may interrupt this presentation at any point by saying, Alice, I have a question. Is that the only thing you'll respond to, or can it talk to you like a normal person? The simulacrum hitches slightly. You may interrupt this presentation at any point by saying, Alice, I have a question. That answers that. Alright, we're ready. Very well. Commencing presentation. The simulacrum grows rigid for a moment, then seems to relax. When it speaks, it sounds more natural, as though the real Alice is speaking through it. Alright, Jim. I've got good news for you, and I've got bad news. Let's start with the good news. I've found Vauclair, and he is alive. Thank God. The trail to your missing doctor was a long and slippery one. The feed that you paid me barely covered my costs for the job. I sent a team into the SOX on a fact-finding mission. I bribed government officials. I greased the palms of wage slaves at megacorps all across Europe. Each step I took eliminated possibilities, drew me a little bit closer. And finally, I found the place where Vauclair is being held. The simulacrum makes a sweeping gesture with its right hand. An image switchblades onto the screen. Switchblades? That's a verb now? Like, opens onto the screen? I am having trouble imagining what this actually means. Switchblades onto the screen. Sweeping gesture with its right hand. And an image switch... Whatever. A grainy overhead photograph annotated with map coordinates. You recognize it immediately. It's Hartfeld Manor, right? The place we were at the beginning. There's no way we're not going back there. Of course that's where Vauclair is. Why wouldn't it be where Vauclair is?
This is where you'll find him. He is being held captive at a remote estate called the Harfeld Manor. You've got to be kidding me.
He was there the whole time?
Glory says nothing. She just studies the photograph and nods.
Okay, nobody tell me. I get it. This is something else that I missed.
Alice, I have a question. The simulacrum hitches again, and you can feel the life drain out of it. It looks up at you robotically. You have a question. All right. Please make your inquiry now. What evidence did you turn up to support that? One of my assets at Transys Neuronet provided me with a video feed dated 2053-10-10. The feed was taken by a corporate surveillance drone. Playback commencing. The screen is filled with a grainy black and white video feed. You recognize the Harfeld Manor, photographed from high above. The camera pushes in and the image sharpens. Through a barred ground-level window, you can see the shape of a stooped, emaciated figure. His body shows clear signs of neglect. The figure is unmistakable. It's Vauclair, 20 years older and worse for wear. His skin hangs loose on his bones and his cheeks are hollow. There is a distinctly gray pallor to his skin.
That's Vauclair, all right. What's left of him, anyway. Doesn't look like they've been feeding him much.
He shakes his head.
Poor bastard.
Another figure steps into frame behind Vauclair. An orc. He turns his head slightly and his skin grafts catch the light. Vauclair slowly turns to face Aldrin, and the video feed cuts out. Do you have another question? What else did you turn about Harfeld Manor? Seismological data and thermal imaging confirm the existence of a large hollow chamber under the estate. It is my suspicion that Dr. Vauclair is being held somewhere within this substructure.
If Fewest Fingers kept Vauclair trapped there for almost 20 years, she's got to have a reason for it. It takes effort and resources to lock a man away for that amount of time. So what's her endgame in all of this? Why not just kill him and be done with it?
Malice? Revenge? Who knows? Remember, this was the man who shot her down. He sent her crashing into a radioactive wasteland. If somebody did that to me, I'd want to hurt him too. And I'd make it last.
I think it goes deeper than that. According to Winter's DVD, Vauclair designed the experimental weapon that shot her down, and that weapon split her body from her essence. Glory glances down at her own steel and chrome arms and suppresses a shudder. If I had to guess, I'd say that she's trying to make him fix whatever he did to her. That's what makes sense to me. There is a moment of silence as the group processes Glory's suggestion. Before anyone can speak, the simulacrum cuts back in. Do you have another question? Back to the bad news. Very well. Feel free to interrupt again with any future inquiries. The simulacrum pauses and a brief tremor washes over its body. Its eyes flutter, and you can hear the sound of your computer working to process more of the chip's data. Iger turns to address the team.
If Vauclair's at Harfeld, we've got problems. The last time we broke into that place, they took Monica out. It was a miracle that any of you got out alive.
Yeah, but now we know what's down there. This time we'll be prepared for it. We can handle this.
Iger shakes her head.
No. It'll be even worse this time. The first time we went in, we had the element of surprise on our side. But now they'll be expecting us. They're hunting us, remember? Their security team is going to be waiting for us, Dietrich. That Audrin bastard is going to be waiting for us. And even if we make it past them, we're going to have to deal with the dragon in the basement.
Well, what else can we do? Cut and run? The last time I checked, that wasn't an option either.
Even if it were, I wouldn't take it. I'm not running from this. Not after what they did here tonight.
No guts, no glory. I have ruled out cut and run. We have to know what we're coming in for. The simulacrum jerks back to life. It resumes speaking, blissfully unaware of the conversation that it's cutting off.
And now, Jim, on to the bad news. You now know where Vauclair is, but rescuing him will not be possible.
Alice, I have a question.
He continues without waiting for a response.
Why the hell not?
In the course of my investigation, I encountered something terrifying in the Matrix. It was fast, cunning, and very definitely intelligent. I'm convinced that I only escaped because it let me go. It could have killed me in a heartbeat if it wanted to.
Oh, really? The dragon in the basement is your Slayer cover band that used to practice at your mom's house. Nice. Nice. Wouldn't it be the dragon in the garage? I mean, I guess I don't know where your practice space was at your mom's house.
This thing that I met is protecting the Harfeld Manor, and it's going after anyone who gets too close to what's happening there. Alice, what did you see in there? What is going after these people? By way of explanation, I would like you to read the following documents.
The simulacrum makes another sweeping gesture, and the menu slides back onto the screen. This time it's filled with text.
What you're looking at is an archived forum discussion from the early days of the Shadowland BBS.
It's Firewing, isn't it? Her astral form has been jacked into the Matrix somehow, and she just has free reign in there. Blitz stares at the text on the screen.
It isn't kidding, Chief. This discussion is dated back to 2036. That's ancient history in the decking community. Probably isn't even correct to call these guys deckers. Hackers would be the more appropriate term.
When you're finished reading it over, say, Alice, I'm done, and we can continue.
Well, let's read an archive discussion, shall we? As you lean in to read, the text slowly begins to scroll up from the bottom of the screen. Y'all hear about the SK team that got crisped a few hours ago? A whole lab's worth of researchers, all burned and broken beyond recognition. Ugly stuff. Clockwork. At this point, who hasn't? Big Pharma. Clockwork? We have seen a Clockwork. There is a Clockwork that's still around. 20 years later, this hacker, or decker, or whatever, is still posting on the Shadowland BBS. Power spike. Got him right through their data jacks like a bolt of lightning to the brain. 1 in a million accident is what they're saying. And you believe that? Got a more plausible explanation? Yes, actually. It was a cleanup operation. Color me intrigued. What were they cleaning up? A secret project that Lofveer didn't want anything to do with. You might have heard rumors about it. The project name was Apex. And you've lost me. Apex Clockwork? Seriously? That old line of dreck? I'm telling you, jokers, Apex is real. Or at least it was, until the Whizworm pulled the plug. The Whizworm. Damn. Come on, Clockwork. We're still decades away from seeing a fully functional AI. You know that. Those Apex stories that have been floating around, they're just some conspiracy nuts' wet dream. The Reddit posts are realistic. They are. This absolutely reads like forum posts. Fine. Keep your heads in the sand. Some of us know the truth when we read it. Okay, Clock, I'll humor you. But riddle me this. That line can never be taken seriously. If Lofveer had an armed and operational AI in his claws, why kill it? You remember what happened to most of Echo Mirage? The crash virus killed them, fried their brains. But I don't see what that has to do with anything. With the commercial release of the CDT-1000, some security firms are working on counter-intrusion software that could do the same thing. Black Ice. You can look it up if you don't believe me. Ooh, scary stuff, man. Well, the goal of the Apex project was even scarier. ICE waits for you to come to it. Apex wouldn't be bound by those restrictions. It could go out hunting, hit its targets when they least expected it. That's why they called it Apex. It was designed to be the apex predator of the digital world. And so, rather than using it to his advantage, Lofir decided to kill it in the cradle? The Whizworm's no fool. Some things are too dangerous to play around with. How could you put that genie back in the bottle if it ever slipped out of your control? Answer, you couldn't. And then it would take over the world! 111. Okay, this thread has officially gone off the rails. I'm closing it down for the good of mankind. Thank you, Captain Chaos. Finally, the mods step in. The slow scroll of text comes to a stop. Alice, I'm done. The simulacrum jerks back to life, then settles into a neutral pose. There are no official records in the Seder Krupp database to support the existence of the Apex project. But the thing that I encountered was Apex. Of that, I'm certain. Just as I am certain that Apex was responsible for the deaths of Monica Schaefer, Green Winters, Clockwork, Peregrine, and a score of other Deckers over the last 16 years. Blitz raises his hand. Hold up. Alice, I have a question. I thought they said that Lofir killed Apex. They speculated as much, yes. They were wrong on that count. I do believe that Seder Krupp was developing Apex as a tool for Matrix warfare. I am also convinced that the IT personnel who were killed were the Apex development team. But I don't think that Lofir was responsible for their deaths. Ah, that was Apex getting out. And Apex killed the people responsible for making him. So he wouldn't have to deal with anybody trying to put restrictions on him. Yeah. Apex killed them. That would be my guess, yes. In the turmoil surrounding Lofir's buyout of Seder Krupp, a number of projects went missing. I believe that Apex was appropriated by a member of Feuerschwinge's organization at this point. It was then unleashed on its own development team to silence them. Since then, it has provided information control for the Firewing. Pet AI would explain how Feuerschwinge has managed to maintain her conspiracy and avoid detection for the past 2 decades. Anytime anyone gets close, the AI takes them out and scrubs the record clean. So there's your bad news, Jim. Vauclair is being held at the Harfeld Manor, but knowing that does you no good because you can't approach the place. I doubt that you could open the door without Apex frying you. We did last time. They were trying to protect their secret. Like Audrin said, if we hadn't gone down into the basement, they'd have let us go. Apex didn't react to us until Monica attempted to force the door to the basement. And now the cat's out of the bag. They have no reason not to pull out the big guns on sight. Dietrich grimaces. You're right. We can't go back while Apex is in place. The room falls into silence. Finally, Iger turns to you. What's the play, Jim? We can't turn back now. If Apex is standing between us and Vauclair, then we need to find a way to kill Apex. Time to punch an AI in the face. Fucking A, boss. I'm in. Of course you are. Ah, that is a perfectly Dietrich reaction. Thank you, Dietrich. Did you hear that, Alice? Do you have any suggestions? The simulacrum hitches again. The pause stretches. Finally, it comes back to life. The AI has a kill switch, but Alice deemed any additional contact with Apex to be an unjustifiable risk. Attempting to reach the kill switch would be inadvisable. Save me the warnings. I'm gonna kill this thing. I owe Monica that much.
You and me both.
Alice. Sorry, this is Glory talking.
Alice, tell us about Apex's kill switch.
The simulacrum stares at you with dead eyes.
Thanks to my close encounter with the AI, I was able to run a trace on it. Through this trace, I discovered the physical address of a backdoor access point for Apex's programming, an old Sather Krupp research lab, long since abandoned and fallen into disrepair. The facility is now hotly contested gang territory. I have also determined that a kill switch for the AI exists somewhere in the basement of this facility. I will provide you with a physical address.
I don't like the smell of this. It said that Apex let Alice escape.
He turns to address the simulacrum on the screen.
Alice, why would a Matrix Warfare AI allow you to run a trace on it?
It stares straight ahead. Its eyes are dead.
I am afraid that the answer to that question falls outside of the scope of my written parameters.
The simulacrum stutters one final time, then looks up at you with an apologetic smile.
You have now reached the end of this presentation. I have been encoded with a final message from Alice to Jim. Playback commencing.
The simulacrum's eyes go wide, and the life floods back into it. It stares directly at you.
Jim, if you didn't listen to me before, listen to me now. Drop this. Stop going after Vauclair, get out of Berlin, and stay out of the Matrix. I'm telling you this for your own good. That's all that I have to say. I'm following my own advice. I'm out. Don't try to contact me again.
The simulacrum reverts to its idle state, slumping like a puppet with its strings cut. Its eyes glaze over, and its face goes slack. Then the screen cuts to black. Well, that's something.
So the Dragon has a killer AI in charge of security. I can't say I'm surprised, but then nothing surprises me anymore.
We know what killed Monica. We have a name for it, and we know how to kill it. It's good enough for me.
We know what we have to do. We can either stand around talking about it, or we can go do it.
Agreed. We shut down. I think, like, looking at these options, I think this is right. This feels a little like let's have appropriate motivations, right? Revenge is not an appropriate motivation. Revenge is potentially a motivation, but revenge will get you killed. Like, we have to have practical motivations here. And I'm not willing to be this person.
Sounds like a plan, boss. I still say that all of this is crazy talk, Chief. Taking on an AI isn't just a bad idea, it's suicide. So my vote is to cut and run.
Blitz surveys the rest of the group, sees the determination in their faces. Finally, he sighs.
But if you're really doing this, you'll want the best decker you can find along for the ride. And I guess that nominates me. Whoa.
Alice said that the kill switch is located in some old SK facility. Assuming that the site was shut down sometime after the Apex project disappeared, it could have stood empty for years, maybe decades.
She also said that the building was in gang territory now. I wonder if it'll be anything like Das Kesselhaus was. God, I hope not.
There's only one way to find out. Let's get prepared. This thing isn't going to kill itself.
Blitz glances at you. The worry is painted all over his face.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but you'd better bring me along. You try going up against an AI without a Nova hot decker at your side. You're probably gonna regret it.
Iger begins her weapons check.
Improvise, adapt, overcome. Whatever's there, we'll deal with it. First, we find our way into the basement.
She peers through the scope on her sniper rifle.
And then we kill the AI that killed Monica.
Damn right.
And Dietrich's just on the sideline going, yeah, yeah. Like, somebody says something and Dietrich pops out from behind him like, yeah. Dietrich is the ultimate yes man. What a great dude. The team breaks to begin gearing up. As she slides a shell into her shotgun, Iger catches your eye.
You did good out there, defending the Kreutz Bazaar. You've had our backs the entire way. Made good decisions.
We work together or die alone. Do I really want to play even harder on Iger's insecurities? I think I'll play amateur therapist instead. Iger scowls at the floor.
Thanks. Can't do it. But thanks. Anyway, we should get back to it. We've got an AI to take out after all.
She pauses for a moment, frowning.
Jim, do me a favor and keep your eyes open on this one. We're walking into the unknown here. Makes me a little uneasy.
Don't worry, Iger. I got your back. She smiles, claps you on the shoulder.
I know you do. And I've got yours. You've more than earned it.
Let's get to work. Without another word, the troll slides her shotgun into the sheath on her back and turns to continue her pre-mission checklist. Alright. Well, we've got a job to do. And people to talk to. We've got a job to prepare for. Oh. Hit me up after the run. I guess. Nothing right now. Okay, I don't have anything to actually say to people. They're just hanging around. That's cool. Blitz is clearly as tense as ever. The table in front of him is littered with cigarette butts, and there's an enormous mug of Soykov cradled in his hands. He looks up at you with a tortured grin. Hey, Chief, what can I do for you? Nothing much, Lucas. Hey, I've got something for you. Really? What? Wait a second. He straightens and his eyes go wide. How do you know that name? Found a message waiting in my inbox. It was directed to... Apparently, your girlfriend thinks I'm a message courier. Yes, yes. This is the correct way to take this. Blitz stares at you for a moment, uncomprehending. Wait, what? You got a message from Emily? For you. He blinks. Oh. Let's hear it. She says that she's alright. She also says that she is, and I quote, proud of you for not being an idiot. She also says that she'll be in touch when she can. As you speak, a genuine smile spreads across Blitz's face. He nods when you finish. Well, Chief, guessed you were right. Seems that I'm not this egotistical. Seems that way. Well, I'm glad to hear that she's okay. You ready to leave this behind and concentrate on your work? Here's a hint, the correct answer is yes. Yeah, boss. No more digging around, no more fishing expeditions. When Emily's ready to come back, she'll come back. I get that now. Good. Achievement unlocked, relationship counselor. Nice. Alright, I'll take it. How many of these are there? Hang on, I gotta look at the achievements list. Which of these do I have? Alright, I have Blitz's storyline. I have Glory's storyline. I don't have Iger, and I don't have Dietrich. So there is yet more to do. Apparently there's an achievement for buying Flash. Great. Okay. What is my objective now? Head to Apex's backdoor facility. Why is this open? This isn't usually open. Can we do anything with this? It was just open for no good reason. Okay, cool. Does Dietrich have anything else to say? Or we're done here? Updates on Alexander? Nope. Guess it's time to move on? I guess it's time to go to whatever the thing is, right? Oh, everybody's back! We can go shopping! Not that I have much in the way of money. You got anything cool for me?
The attack, it was terrible. So much death. I had not killed since I retired from running the shadows. Not until today.
But you are not here to listen to me complain. She forces a smile.
So what can I get for you? Name it and I will provide.
Show me what you got, lady. New outfits? Yo, new outfits! Intelligence, drone control, and drone combat. This is what I need. The Victory Industrious coverall. I need it. I need it so badly. So badly. I need it. I need it and I don't have the money. What can I sell? I'm selling this grenade launcher. This grenade launcher never did me any good. Look at this gear! Hopefully this is a better look for me. It's really not! Instead, it's even more garish. Thanks. Thanks. Like garbage. Why Decker's gotta look like a combination between a plumber and a mechanic? This is unreasonable. Yeah, I guess I am Mario. More Wario than Mario, just based on the shape of the figure. God. But this means that I can now actually wield an S-class drone. Because I've got a plus to drone. Not that... Do you have an S-class drone? You do. Oh, they're expensive. They're expensive. I don't have 4,000 Danuyan. Nowhere near. I want a Guardian. How far off am I from buying a Guardian? Well, I definitely don't need this armor anymore. I'm never using this Bliss. Can I sell Lil Buddy Mark 1? That doesn't feel good. I could sell this sniper rifle. I'm absolutely bringing 2 drones with me. And this gets me not quite half of the way there. But I can use this money for other purposes. And if I were to also sell the Strato, still nowhere near enough. And there's the Fairlight Excalibur. Look at this badass. The Holy Grail of Cyberdecks. Presumably there's better guns on sale now also, yeah? Tell me about better guns. What the hell is happening here? It's dead people. Don't like that. Jim. Oh, what a relief it is to see you alive. Samuel wraps you in an enormous hug. You should know that your generosity has saved dozens of lives. What? What happened? When the attackers came, we all took refuge in the Jim the Eternal Civic Center. Its strong walls and sturdy gate kept us all safe from harm. Had our people been on the street, they'd been in our old building, which came under fire during the attack. None of them would be alive. We owe you, Jim, more now than ever. You may not look upon yourself as a hero,
But to the people of the Kreutz Bazaar, that is what you will always be. How's Alexander doing? He's good. Great. Alright, no more questions. The defense rests, Your Honor. I'm basically mayor at this point. It sure feels like that. Man, I wish I had more money. I guess I should have taken more side quests. But the side quests were mostly awful. Didn't really feel good about taking them. I'll be honest with you. Hey again. What you need? Nothing. What do you have to offer is the actual question. But it seems like the answer is not a whole lot. I'm not buying cigarettes. Where is Guns Guy? Whoa. Zach has, moved. His previous corner is under new ownership. This is Guns Guy. Jim, glad to see you made it through the attack. Not all of mine were so lucky. Are you okay, Herr Metbach? No, I lost a niece today. But I'm doing a whole hell of a lot better than our attackers are. Those sons of bitches hit the wrong Keats. I put 6 of them in the ground personally. When I find out who they are, where they lived... He turns his head and spits. Ain't nothing gonna save those people. He shakes his head and returns his attention to you. But you didn't come here to listen to me rage. You're after a bit of payback yourself, I'll wager. So what can I do to help you get it? Show me the goods. Alright, what do we have for guns now? Show me rifles. This is the big stuff. 17 damage assault rifle. I want it. I want it. Alright, so if we had 9k, we'd be able to get top-of-the-line replacements for all of my gear. Alas, I don't have 9k. I don't have any money. Man, I am absolutely feeling the money crunch in this game, which is a stark difference from where I was at in the first game. In Shadowrun Returns, I had money coming out my ears. I didn't even know how to spend all my money. And now I'm like, please, sir, can you spare a Nuyen for a soy calf? It's pretty bad. Jim, Dr. Escabel gives you a once-over and nods. I see that you made it through the attack relatively unscathed. Did you have any run-ins with the attackers? No. Truth be told, I was in surgery when the attackers hit. They never disturbed my office. Spent the entire sorry event elbows deep in the abdomen of an elderly dwarf. His nephretic screen needed a tune-up. Lucky you. He grins conspiratorially. Lucky him, you mean? Poor old guy had the bladder capacity of a pygmy shrew. He was in desperate need of my help. But on to more important things, eh? What can Triage do for you today? What can Triage do for me today? This actually doesn't look like it's changed that much. Mark II. Do we have the Bs yet? No, we're still on As. I'm not seeing a B anywhere. Bone lacing plastic. Bone lacing Kevlar. Well then. Wired reflexes with reflex trigger. Gosh, 5k? What a mess. What if I wanted to buy a thing for my arms? They have auto-injectors, but not the kind of auto-injector I'm looking for. Can I not actually do it? I don't have enough essence left. Oh, I need to have essence available in order to do the things. I see. I see. All right. Well, I guess it
It is what it is. Whoa. Some people didn't make it out. I guess that's not really that much of a surprise. Why is her leg broken? Weird. Alright, well, no cash to buy upgrades. So unless I want to try and scrounge up a little bit more by vendoring things, I think we might be out of luck and just need to move on with our lives. What can I actually still sell? I could sell the Doberman. The original Lil Buddy. I could sell... I could sell the Strato. Because I'd be replacing the Strato with the new drone. It's kind of it, right? If the goal is to get to 4K, and I do this, that gets me to $32.99? Maybe I could sell off, like, all of the medkits? Why is this medkit cheaper than the other medkit? They're the same. This one says it can be used outside of combat. This one doesn't? Are they different? $2,036, so I'd still need to track down like 3.2. This is I'm at I'd still need to track down another $200. This would actually do it. This would get me the other drone. I'm nowhere near the extra 5K needed for a better gun. Even with $1,750 towards it. But I can only do this if I am willing to ship my drones to a farm upstate. They've been good to me. But you know, Malit will take good care of them, right? Malit knows how to take care of drones. Yeah, I shouldn't worry too much. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Yeah, they'll be super happy hanging out with all the other animals, grass and stuff. Never been to a farm. I'm sure they'll be fine. Get in there, Guardian. One of the best combat hover drones on the market. Cool. So we got Steel Lynx, who we already know is a huge badass, and also a combat hover drone. That's exciting. S-class drones. Alright, is there anything in my stash? Oh my god, this jumpsuit is awful. It's even worse than the previous one. It's like the same kind of awful, like weird garbage design with the hat and everything, except now it's like eye-searingly bright orange. At least before it was like a camouflaged gray. All good drones go to heaven. Yep. Yep. Well, just because I have never heard of stealth doesn't mean this isn't a good and functional outfit. So I guess that's it. I guess the next step is start the next mission. Now that we have new drone and appropriate friends. I think that's going to wait until next stream, though. We have not that much time left, and I'd rather save here and be ready to start the mission at the start of next stream then pause somewhere weirdly in the middle. So I think we're going to call it here. Oh, I should spend some points. What am I spending this karma on? It's just ranged combat, right? Like, there's literally nothing else I would spend this on. Better at guns, right? I guess it could be body or biotech or something. It can't be int, which would actually be the coolest thing. But, yeah, I don't know what else I would do with it besides ranged combat. I think I mostly just want to be able to hit things. Never charisma, never willpower. I'm not interested in doing any decking. A case could be made for strength. Case could be made for dodge, actually. That's not a bad choice either. A case could be made for body. Extra HP, not too bad. I think it's just gonna be guns. Let's get better at guns. I have guns. I want to be better at guns. Let's just get guns. Why is my armor only 5? Why are you lying to me? This armor should be 8. I'm being lied to. Why am I being lied to? Rude. Alright, well, whatever. I got 2 points of karma left. I got 85 Nuyen to my name. I got whatever the hell this outfit is. And I'm ready to kick some ass. But that'll be next stream. We'll do some ass kicking next stream.